Good morning. Welcome to RC Racing TV. You're joining us here at the RC Paradise Arena, Messina, northeast coast of Sicily. Would like to give a quick shout out to our event sponsors: ToniSport, Schumacher, Lens Bodies, Zen Racing, RCXX Shop, Montec and Hobbywing for helping us to bring you this coverage. You're just joining us at the end of practice, so you can probably see on the top of the screen Q undefined. No qualifying has taken place today as yet. These just the cars, this top heat of modified, circulating in practice. We've got about 6.5 minutes left. Then we go into further 5 rounds of qualifying we have today. So we had 1 round of qualifying yesterday. Simon Lauter taking stock and Michael Orlowski taking modified. They've got 1 round in their pockets. Qualifying will be best 3 rounds from 6 to count, with the fastest time as a tie break. You can see very sort of low sun across the track today. We will start moving the cameras around on the circuit in a little bit once qualifying proper actually starts. So just running into the end of 6 minutes.
5 minutes or so, and then at least another 5 minutes. I would say by the end of this race, just be ready to be up there.
So remember, if you're joining us on Facebook, to follow the page. You can also join the RC Racing TV group. If you're watching us on YouTube, don't forget to subscribe so you can hit that bell. You can also join up on YouTube, become an RC Racing TV hero. Looking at Ollie Payne, currently looking pretty quick. Story of the really meeting so far from practice yesterday into the first round of qualifying. Getting the car to deal with bumps, getting the cars to deal with the bumps down the main straight in particular, off the end of the main straight, and trying to get a car that is good over a 6-minute run, 8-minute run even, sorry. It's people are having good cars for 6 minutes. Whether that's something that's sort of quite quick at the start and then fades away a little bit towards the end of the run, or whether you've got something that's a little bit slow, a little bit steady at the start of the run and comes good towards the end. Able to power it round. In terms of timetable for the day, we're going to have 2 rounds of qualifying this morning, starting in around 10 minutes time. The first round of qualifying, we have got 5 heats of the stock class. We've then got 2 heats of the LC racing support class, and then finally 3 heats of modified, which is what you're seeing going around the circuit at the moment. The 6.5 turn, sorry, 6.5 turn blinky is the modified class that is running here this weekend.
Yeah, CBA and then the lunch break. Well, that's after the 3rd.
Ollie Payne still leading this one from Jan Ratajski. Rosario Giamo up in 3rd position, so local driver. Again, this is just the end of practice that they're coming to. Got just under 3 minutes of this practice heat remaining. Being seeded in practice over 3 consecutive laps. Ollie Payne with the hot lap at the moment, 10.062. Jan Ratajski actually forecasting a quicker time at the end, a 46.805. Jan possibly a little bit surprised to be top seed after yesterday, but did very well. Over 3 consecutive laps, pumped in some good steady laps to get himself seated right at the front of the field.
And then it swings straight back into the E, the lower one. So it goes here,
And looks like
goes
our
down there, and then up there, and then one straight. And then there's
driver who took the round yesterday, Mihalowski, currently running in 8th position
so it goes down, down,
in this heat.
that's the one we get. Yeah, makes sense.
So what type of brakes during DNA on Spec?
Yeah. That's fine. Okay. So I'll come
Ollie Payne just pulling off the track.
we don't have to, we're locked off.
I mean, struggled a little bit off the end of the main straight. Just waiting to get himself out on the circuit. In. There we go. Ollie moves off. Less than 1 minute to go.
And then
Yep.
you go back on camera for the C and the B of mod, and then B-roll. I'll swap them for the A, fine,
Coming up to 30 seconds left. Jan Rathajski looking like he's going to win practice.
These are the top guys of mod right now. So, I mean, those are the things basically for the rest of the day that'll be up there at the top.
Again, welcome to you if you are just joining us here this morning on RC Racing TV. Just watching the very tail end of practice for modified. Joining us here on RC Racing TV from Messina on the northeast coast of Sicily. Again, thank you to the event sponsors ToniSport, Schumacher, Lens Bodies, Zen Racing, RCXX Shop, Montec and Hobbywing. There we go, Jan Rathajski taking that one from Giamo Rosario and Alessio Mazzio. Mark Reinhard in 4th position. First heat of Spec getting set to go. As you can see on the screen, don't forget to subscribe. Hit that bell.
Last shots, please. Drivers, stop the car. Must be naturally. Last shots, please.
Power set. Parker. Mary. Salva. De Giovanni. WH in the car.
Cars getting called out onto the circuit. Marshals making their way out. So Gianluca Lino, Alessandro Calarese, Freddie Parker, Mario Neri, Francesco Salva, Gianfranco Di Giovanni. All set to go. Missing Torsten Muller.
Via number 3, via number 4, number 2, 5, 1, 6, 7, number 8.
Looks like everybody is away and circulating. Early leader is Calarese with the number 4 car. I believe he is the car just coming down the main straight now. That is the number 4 car, yep. The yellow, orange and black coloured car. So, second opportunity for these drivers on track today. A little bit bumpy, we'll see, as we head off down the main straight through the sunlight as well. That making life a little bit harder for the drivers at the moment. As the sun picks up in height over the course of the day, that will disappear. We'll stop seeing those out through the window. Some of these local drivers just entered in and taking their first experience of a European Championships. Mario Neri running in second position with the 5 car. See if we can spot him. I think he is the all orange coloured car with the yellow wheels. I believe he's just coming down the main straight now. That is Mario Neri. He's just starting to find a little bit of pace in that car. Can see the car oscillating over the bumps. Hopping around. That's really going to be the story of the weekend, really, is how people are managing to get their cars to drive and stay flat, stay settled for an entire 8-minute run over the bumps. That was a little bit unfortunate there for Mario. Got slightly assaulted by the number 7 car. Who else is going well? Gianluca Lino with the 3 car. Let's see if we can spot him out there. Got reduced numbers out on the circuit at the moment. So I seem to have picked him up. Looks like the white and blue coloured car. Yeah, indeed it is. So Ben doing a great job on the camera, managing to pick him up, locate him for us. Again, that just hopping around, coming down the main straight, gets it slightly wrong through the chicane. So the quick cars all together on track at the moment. You can just see, coming off the end of the main straight, if you get that turn in just right, you gain so much time on the other cars around you. What are we looking at in terms of lap time? 12.001 for Alessandro Calaresi. Fastest lap actually from Freddie Parker with an 11.672. Let's see if we can spot Freddie, if he is circulating out there. Yes, he is. He is the white and green coloured car. Yep, got him on screen. So Freddie, younger brother of Lewis Parker, who is going to be hoping for a brace of A-finals this weekend. Lewis finished 3rd in the Spec class at Eastbourne last year. Freddie making some good progress through the field. Nice and calm, nice and sensible. That was very unfortunate. Let's turn it round sensibly. Going to be a slow lap from Freddie. That'll drop him down the order a little bit, but certainly lapping quicker than most of the cars out there, showing quite impressive restraint actually behind the some of the lead cars. That's car 3 that he's following of Gianluca Lino. Just over half distance into the run. This is the point where we're going to start maybe seeing some of the cars becoming a little bit loose off the end of the main straight. if the form follows what we've already seen over the rest of the weekend and in practice this morning. Another small mistake from Freddie there through the chicane. It's pretty unforgiving. Let's pick up the leader again, car number 4, Calarese. He was I think he's the car just coming down the main straight now. And just puts it on his roof, so commentator's curse. See the car starting to lose a bit of the pace that it had earlier on in the run. Just a little bit wide. So driving around the middle of the track, a little bit of understeer, a little bit of push. That's okay, you can kind of live with that at this stage on the run. A little bit of oscillation as he comes out onto the main straight. Turns in quite nicely at the end of it. Woof, that was close as he comes back and some traffic rejoins just behind him. Still quite nice in off the end of the main straight there. We've got just over 2 minutes of the run remaining. Kind of lapping now in fairly splendid isolation is Alessandro Calarese. We're looking at out in front at the moment. Again, welcome to you if you are just joining us here this morning on RC Racing TV for the EFRA 1/12 Euros for 2024. We're RC Racing TV and we're bringing you this coverage in conjunction with ToniSport, Schumacher, Lens Bodies, Zen Racing, RCXX Shop, Montec and Hobbywing. If you're watching us on Facebook, don't forget to like the page. You can also join the RC Racing TV group on Facebook for more information. If you're watching us on YouTube, you can subscribe to the channel. So that is the end of heat number 1. 38 lap run. We'll be looking at sort of 40. Well, Simon Lauter managed a 44 lap run yesterday in qualifying. So pretty quick right at the end of that. You can also see on RC Racing TV this weekend the H2GP coverage from California. Heat number 2 getting ready to go. Michael Laws, Tim Pansters, Tom Adams, Mark Payne, Alex Zeiter, Alex D'Angelo, Andy Thompson, Marco Pansera and Tim Janssen. Going to be our drivers for this heat. So again, this is the second round of qualifying. Got 6 rounds of qualifying in total. So there will be these 2 rounds of qualifying. Then we have a lunch break, and then we're back for the final 3 rounds of qualifying this afternoon. 3 from 6 to count. Fastest time will be the tiebreaker.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
4, 6, 2, 9,
Michael Laws leads away.
8, 3, 7.
Running the Golf liveried car. Already passing some prone traffic on his roof. That's the 3 car of Marco Pansera that Michael's made his way past. It's again Michael's first international 112 meeting, I believe. looking pretty good, pretty decent out in front at the moment. Coping well with the changing track conditions. Lighting conditions a little bit awkward for the drivers at the moment down the main straight. You can see the sort of low sun coming in through the windows, trying to find, making it a little bit difficult to exactly spot the point at which you want to come in, turn in. Tim Panster's running in second position with the 6 car. Let's see if we can spot Tim out there. Got him just coming down the main straight now. Tim running the distinctive yellow Mob Gums wheels. Bit of a double steer there off the end of the main straight for Tim. That's going to make life quite interesting later on if he's still experiencing that. Just so difficult with those bumps that they've got down there. You can see as they run down the main straight, the kind of slight change in colour across the track. That's patches where there's grip, patches where it's laid off. Tim actually out in front now. So Michael Laws goes to the front and then he's swapping positions. He's like 0.3 of a second between him and Tim Pansters. Michael in traffic currently, so we'd expect Tim to move to the front then as Michael emerges from the traffic, although someone's just crashed in front of him. I think that was Mark Payne that just binned it off in front of Michael. That's let Tim through to the front on the track as well as on the clock. Looks like closing in on the rear of the car of Andy Thompson now. Andy finding the car a little bit wayward down the main straight by the looks of things. 5 minutes of this heat remaining. Alex D'Angelo's got himself up into second position with the number 1 car. Let's see if we can spot him. Alex is the all-orange coloured car. He's just going round out onto the main straight now. Alex looked like he started out this heat quite late relative to the others. So when he crossed the line, his clock would have started later. It's taken a little while to update as he comes through, but he is currently predicting a faster time at the end, actually, than Tim Pansters. So he's picking up pace through the run. Seems to be the order of the day, really, just gaining speed as the run goes on. Past the car of Mark Payne. So closing in on Michael Laws. Michael stoves it into the barrier in front of him. We're running with Alex D'Angelo. Now moves himself to the front of the heat. He's got himself in front of Tim Pansters. 3 minutes remaining. A bunch of the drivers on the rostrum will get a bit of a sinking feeling, realising they've got another 3 minutes to drive the bucking Bronco that they've got underneath them. We've got some kind of issue for Michael Laws. Just see him pull off the circuit out of the corner of my eye. There we go. He's just been passed by one of the two quick cars. So Alex Angelo we're running with, this all orange coloured car. He's a couple of seconds down the road. He's got like 2.9 seconds in his pocket now over Tim Pansters. So his car just getting better and better and better as the run goes on. Got a gaggle of traffic in front of him, first of which will be Andy Thompson. He'll be looking to make his way past. Andy runs a little bit wide on the exit of the corner. There we go. That's one successfully negotiated. Always difficult as a driver when you're on a good run and you're catching this sort of group of traffic in front of you. You're trying to think how you can best navigate your way through it. Of course, they're obliged to get out of your way, but especially at European Championships, it's sometimes drivers that you're not necessarily 100% familiar with, not like you'd sometimes find at a local or a more local race. Successfully through all that traffic now, though, is Alex D'Angelo with 1 minute remaining. David Ongaro joining us on Facebook, saying Alex D'Angelo on fire. Yeah, he absolutely is. So good to see you joining us, David. Getting slightly balked there by, looks like the car of Mark Payne. Mark gets out of his way in the infield. Would have cost him, it will feel like a huge amount of time. It probably half a second or so. But, Mark using his experience, knowing exactly where to let quicker drivers through without costing himself too much time. Final few seconds for Alex D'Angelo. So Alex going to take this one by about 4 seconds in the end from Tim Pansters. So that is heat number 2 done. Getting set for heat number 3. Again, welcome to you if you are just joining us here on RC Racing TV on this Saturday morning. Bringing you coverage of the EFRA 1/12 European Championships from Messina on the northeast coast of Sicily. I'd like to thank the event sponsors, ToniSport, Schumacher, Lens Bodies, Zen Racing, RCXX Shop, Montec and Hobbywing for helping us to bring you this coverage. If you're just watching it for the first time, you want to find out more information about RC racing in general, you can check out the EFRA website, efra.ws. Heat number 3 getting ready to go. So we'll have Christian Geyer, Werner Spanbruckner, Lucas Larson, Jan Dietmar, Lucas Neiderer, Dan Bancroft, Nigel Bowen, Ole Bryn and Jody Sherritt. Already sounds like we've got some cars oscillating down the end of the main straight. Can hear some nice ripples as they're hitting the bumps. You see Mark Payne looking on Italian Amazon, seeing how quickly he can get a toaster delivered to the villa. Christian Geyer leads away then with his, I believe he's running the Roche car. I'm starting to hear the familiar sound of the tick-tick of the body shells rubbing on the carpet as they come down the main straight. Haven't heard the boom yet. Someone's car sounds particularly bad. I'm just trying to identify who that might be. Christian Guy going quite nicely at the front at the moment. Just keeping it smooth, keeping it calm, keeping it sensible. Car looks like it's flowing quite well. Maybe a little bit safe, but that might be no bad thing later on. And is leading the heat. I believe the source of a lot of the oscillation noise that we're hearing is Dan Bancroft. Just going to double check. Yeah, let's see if we can pick him up. He's the all-white car, number 6. Let's just watch him as he comes down the main straight. And you can see the car hopping all the way down the straight there. He's not going to get an awful lot of front tyre wear, mainly because they're not in contact with the ground. As you see, as he runs down, the car hopping, bouncing, that does not look pretty at all. There's going to be an awful lot of pickup on the bottom of the chassis there. Obviously, when the car's in contact with the ground like that, you've got you're driving a toboggan basically. So you just need to get the car roughly in a straight line, and the car hopping around, pitching, diving, weaving. It's not a nice place to be. So Dan running in 7th position at the moment in that one. The lead car is Lucas Larson with the 3 car. Let's see if we can find him. He is, I believe, the all blue coloured car. That's correct. That is the 3 car. So this is our leader. Lucas has pinched the lead off of Christian Guyer. He has done that by catching him on the split, so he'd be what we term in front on the split. What that means is the cars start out 1 second apart. He is currently less than 1 second behind. Pretty close between the two of them. There's currently about 0.2 of a second. I think Christian's going to be back in front now with a bit of a scruffy lap there. Yeah, Christian Guyer is just in front, so Lucas will just want to try and drive back up into that gap that's created in front of him. We're watching Lucas Larson trying to close down Christian Guyer. Started out 1 second apart. Christian is currently about 0.7 up, so that means he's like 1.7 seconds ahead as they cross the line. There's 1 car in between them at the moment on track. Looks like the car of Dan Bancroft. It's always interesting as you start sort of catching and passing traffic. Gaps ebb and flow between drivers. Always takes you a little bit of time just to start navigating your way through slower cars. Christian seems to have pegged that gap. So he's got the gap up to about 0.8 now between Christian Guyer and Lucas Larson. We're running with the car of Lucas at the moment. You can see sort of 2 cars ahead of us. Just exiting out the front of shot is the lead car. Let's see if we can pick up the leader again, actually, of Christian Guyer. He is the white, yellow and blue coloured car. There we go. Again, just coming up to Jody Sherritt. Nigel Bowen gets out of the way very nicely. So Christian now in front of Jody. Christian's now got a lovely clear track in front of him. Lucas Larsson would have closed in a little bit during that, but now Lucas has got to navigate that traffic of the bouncing Dan Bancroft. And Jody Sherritt, who gets out of the way. Dan cheekily follows him through, actually. Dan's car, despite the bouncing, Dan still lapping kind of respectably. Matt Lack says, morning, James. Good morning, Matt. Good to see you joining us here. Christian Gaia running in second position at the moment. Lucas Larsson has pretty much caught him, running with the blue car behind him. So this the sort of lead two cars. So started out 1 second apart. Mistake there from Christian Gaia. That's moved the blue car of Lucas Larsson in front on the clock as well as on the track. One minute remaining. At this stage, when you're up there on the rostrum, you hear there's 1 minute left to go, you just want to bring it home. Coast it round. If you know that you've started putting a good run together. It's the worst time in the world to make a mistake, having done all of the hard work. Just keep it clean, keep it smooth, keep it sensible. Lucas Larsson about 3 seconds down the road, 2.7 seconds down the road now from Christian Gaia. Just navigating his way past through traffic. Last few seconds, maybe one more lap for him after this one. Yeah, in fact, the top three looking like they're going to do 42 lap runs. Indeed, top three do manage 42 lap runs. Werner Spanbruckner just about made it through. Pretty close actually there. Christian Gaia falling off the pace a little bit at the end of that one. So Lucas Larsson taking that one with a 42.807. Mark Payne just coming in for a bit of a look. Look at people's times. Thinking, why aren't I that fast?
It's very hard to drive this track. The bumps are outrageously bad.
It looked like Dan Bancroft's car was fairly bouncy then.
Yes.
So.
It's just really hard work. And, don't really think many people are having an enjoyable time with it.
30 seconds to start.
But hey, it is what it is. It's the same track for everybody. And funnily enough, the guys that are good are still good, aren't they?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. The quick guys are still quick.
Right, I'm going to get back to it.
So penultimate heat of stock. Stefan Schultz. Stefan having a really good run yesterday, actually getting himself in top 5 in round from this heat. Marcus Andreas and Michael Bolt also doing top 10 times. Alexander Anderson, Andreas Bryn, Stuart Cartwright, Stefan Hoyce, Mark Jordan and Niels de Greiser.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Stefan running his familiar race paint. And Marcus Andreasen going off like a missile behind him. So Marcus will be leading this one after lap 1, I would have thought. That's way less than a second. In fact, Michael Bolt does the hot lap on the opening lap. Michael having a little bit of a struggle yesterday. Managed to top 10 in round. He probably the first 1/12 meeting that he's struggled with a little bit. Michael, very, very fast, sort of up-and-coming driver. Finished 4th at the Worlds. And, just hasn't quite clicked for him this weekend. Would have expected to see him in the top heat, but we're running with Stefan Schultz at the moment. He's currently leading this heat. From Marcus Andreasen and Michael Bolt. Stefan now starting to catch the traffic. That is Mark Jordan, I believe, that's just got out of his way. There's some good pace coming together from Stefan Schultz. He'll be probably looking to, if he can consolidate his top 5 in round yesterday. He was 5th in round. So if he can consolidate that, could start to look pretty strong for an A final. If he can get another sort of mid-top 5, then he's got 2 from the 3 that he needs. So should put him in quite a good position. Let's see if we can pick up the car of Michael Bolt. So he's a couple of cars back. He's the orange and blue coloured car. Just coming through now. Michael making some changes to his car this morning. It's a little bit safer than it was. Not necessarily quite so quick over a single lap, but a bit of a better car over 8 minutes. He's closing in on the back of Mark Jordan. Mark dives out of his way. Stefan, though, has absolutely gone out in front. Andreas Bryn now up into 2nd position. He is about 3/10 up on Michael Bolt. See if we can spot him. He is the white and red car. Andreas just coming out onto the main straight now. See if we can follow him. There we go. Andreas Bryn looking to put in a decent run if he can. Where was Andreas yesterday? Was 12th in round 1. So he's currently circulating in front of Michael Bolt on the split. About 3/10 of a second between them. It's up to about half a second now, actually. And Stefan Schultz is like 2.2 seconds down the road from that. So Andreas closing in on the rear of, looks like Stu Cartwright's car in front of him. Decent opening round from Stu yesterday as well. He has kind of wisely decided, I think, to sit out modified. He was booked into both classes, but thought better of it. Thought he'd focus on the stock class. Small mistake there through the middle of the chicane from Andreas. That's dropped him off. That's going to cost him a lot of time, actually. He's hopped the track. Rather than get a marshal out there, he's done the right thing. He's carried on back round, but that's going to have cost him a huge chunk of time. So Michael Bolt back up into 2nd position. Niels de Greiser, he had a body tuck as well at the end of that. Niels de Greiser up into 3rd position with the 7 car. See if we can find him. Nils is the all-white coloured car. And in fact, we've had Marcus Andreasen pop back out in second position. Or third position, sorry. Stefan Schultz still leading this one. Best lap from Stefan, an 11 flat, 11.000. Best lap from Michael Bolt, an 11.084. Marcus Andreasen actually with the hot lap of a 10.973, so the only driver to go sub 11 in this heat. Marcus was the orange and white coloured car. He's coming down the main straight now. Car a little bit hesitant to turn in off the end of the straight. Didn't want to crank it in. Stefan Schultz, those 3.5 seconds in front of Michael Bolt. With just over a minute left. Stefan doing everything he needs to. Let's pick him up actually again as he runs for home. The white and blue coloured car. He's just about to head out towards the main straight now. So he's doing everything he needs to. Went just curb hopping there just as we picked him up. So Stefan, not necessarily known as a 1/12 scale driver, but keeping it calm, keeping it smooth. Very calm, collected. 30 seconds left. Heading for a time 43 lap run. Michael Bolt is looking like he's just going to miss out with a 42 in 8 minutes flat. So Stefan Schultz, who we're running with at the moment, looking like he's going to quite comfortably get through for the extra lap. So Stefan has finished out with a 43.807. Michael Bolt with a 42.808. Top heat of stock then, getting set. Ready to go. Stefan Schultz will be happy with that, I think. That's another top 10 coming in. Who do we have coming up in this top heat? Simon Lauter, our TQ man from yesterday. Ollie Payne, Jan Rathajski, Finley Whitelock, Christian Donath, Lewis Parker, Morgan Williams, Mark Stiles, and Max Mackler. All cars just checking themselves in. Again, welcome to you if you are just joining us here on RC Racing TV. This for the top heat of Spec.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
2, 1, 5, 3, 7, 4,
Simon Lauter, well, led away, but then pulled over and let Ollie Payne go. I wonder if that's a bit of a tactic, because Simon wasn't particularly quick for the first couple of minutes yesterday. And Ollie looked really, really fast. So Simon just wanting to ease himself into the run, not feel the pressure from behind by Ollie, but he's already given up over a second on the split. Morgan Williams actually to the front at the moment. Ollie leading this one from Lewis Parker. Simon will try and pick up the pace later on. Looks like Finley Whitelock has made a good start as well. Again, he was very, very quick at the start yesterday, pressuring Simon. Simon, the second seed. So Ollie seeded first and was away first. We then saw Ollie sort of disappear off into the distance for the first couple of minutes. Simon then sort of resisted the pressure from Finley Whitelock, who has had an issue and dropped out. So that's a little bit unfortunate for Finley, but good opportunity for other drivers to get some good points on the board out there. Ollie Payne closing in on Christian Donath. Christian gets out of his way. It'll be Mark Stiles next that he comes to pass. Ollie closing in on the rear of Mark as they come out onto the main straight. Mark opens up. Nearly runs Ollie over down the main straight. So good horsepower there for Mark's car. It's just the bit joining the straights where Mark is not quite so comfortable. Simon Lauter now starting to wind on the pressure. Let's move our focus back one car to the sort of white and like burgundy coloured car of Simon. He's just heading out onto the main straight now. You can already see the sunlight has moved over the course of this first round of qualifying. Sort of heats 1 and 2. The sun was directly on shot. Simon Lauter running in second position. Yeah, actually, I realised what Simon did. He got out of Ollie's way before they even crossed the loop. So Simon not actually costing himself any time at all, but now starting to wind the pressure on to Ollie. Ollie still leading this one, but very, very close on times now. It's less than half a tenth between them. In fact, Simon has now hit the front. So the pair of them come up to pass Max Mackler. Max gets out of Ollie's way, gets out of Simon's way. So Simon Lauter, the car that we are running with, is actually leading this heat. Again. Really very, very close between Ollie Payne and Simon Lauter. We're watching the pair of them. Small mistake there from Simon. Just backed it in a little bit off the end of the straight. Chase Mackman asking what he's missed. You have, well, you've not missed an awful lot yet in Spec class. This is the top heat of Spec that's running. Got Ollie Payne just leading it from Simon Lauter. We're running with Simon at the minute, and you can just see Ollie's car out the front of shot. It's around half a second between them. So Simon let Ollie go even before they got to the loop. I think recognising that Ollie had a quicker car for the first couple of minutes, But looks like Simon's taken some of that half a second out of him. He has. It's down to 1/10 between them now. A pair of them closing in on Mark Stiles. Simon Lauter back to the front now. And Mark stays well out of the way. So Simon now right on the back of Ollie. As they come out onto the main straight. Simon in front on the clock. 2.5 minutes left. Let's just watch these two. Simon with a round win from yesterday. Ollie will be looking to nick that back as well. Front three of Simon Lauter, Ollie Payne and Jan Rathajski all predicting 44 lap runs. So mid 44s at the moment for these two we're watching, expecting that to drop off very slightly. I think looking at Jan's current predicted time with just under 2 minutes remaining, I think Jan will drop off onto a 43. These two will probably drop to a 44 in 9, something like that. Still be quicker than Simon's time yesterday. Tie breaks will become relatively important. But be nice to have fastest times in your pocket as well as round wins. Simon Lauter and Ollie Payne circulating together, catching Lewis Parker as they come down the main straight. Simon Lauter, the second of these two cars, started out first, let Ollie Payne go before they actually got the loop, and there's a coming together there. Oh, that was really unfortunate, actually, that Simon Lauter got turned around and into the barrier. So Ollie Payne is going to have this round by the looks of it, and with a faster time. So super unfortunate there for Simon Lauter, getting caught up and tangled up with, I think that was Lewis Parker that they came together with. And he caught Ollie and also caught Simon. Simon came out of that worst and ended up parked in the barrier. Jan Rathajski's popped up into third position. Max Mackler up into fourth, although Simon's just nicked that back off of him. So super unfortunate for Simon there, having an awful lot of pace, looking like he had everything he needed. But I think Ollie Payne's going to take this round and what's looking like a new fastest time. He's currently showing a 44 in 9. Let's just see if he drops off any further. Simon managed a 44 yesterday. So just looking on the rostrum, bit of a shake of his head from Simon. So Lewis, having a little bit of a talking to from Javier. And shake of the hand from Ollie and Simon as they come down. So there we go, a 44.809. So Ollie takes the round and has a new fastest time as well. Ollie Baltink says not the nicest move from Mr. P. No, it was a little bit unfortunate. So bit of a shrug of the shoulders from Max Mackler, but fourth, he's happier with that. We don't need to hide the knives from him.
Getting a bit better.
So getting a little bit better. So yeah, Ollie Payne then with the new fastest time. What have we got overall in round? So fourth in round there for Max. So starting to progress up the order. But Ollie Payne taking that round. So Ollie and Simon with 1 round each. Jan Rathajski with a second and a third. Stefan Schultz, 2 fifths in round. Lewis Parker with a 6th and an 8th. Michael Bolt with a 7th in round and a 9th in round. So a couple of heats of the LC Racing class now. Chase saying Mark Stiles looks comfortable in his Marshall chair. Yes, he absolutely does. Over to the left-hand side of your shot on the timing screen. So we're going to take a very slight sort of pause in talking about what's going on. We'll leave the camera locked off for these couple of heats. We'll try and have a bit of an interview with Ollie Payne after this as well. See if we can find out how things went for him.
Is that him? No. Is that Ollie there? Shall I go and grab him? Well, he's not. I mean, he's not marshalling. No, he's not marshalling now, so he's marshalling the next one. I'll go get him. I'll bring him over.
So again, good morning to you if you are just joining us here on RC Racing TV, bringing you live coverage of this EFRA 1/12 scale European Championships in conjunction with our event sponsors ToniSport, Schumacher, Lens Bodies, Zen Racing, RCXX Shop, Montec and Hobbywing. Just trying to get hold of Ollie Payne for a quick chat.
Getting his mod car ready. But he'll come and talk to us.
Okay, so Ollie just prepping his modified car at the moment. Ollie obviously running 2 classes, so obviously we'll respect that and just give him a little bit of time, a little bit of opportunity, but we will try and catch up with him as soon as we can, get his thoughts on what just transpired. Ollie Payne taking the round for stock. One minute of this LC qualifying heat remaining. We've then got one more heat, then we're into the modified class. Just coming to the end of that heat of the LC class. So just using this to give us a little bit of an opportunity. It's going to be a bit of an epically long day.
You want to have it?
So bit of a long day going on today. So just an opportunity while these LC cars are running. Give part of the crew an opportunity for a little bit of a break. Obviously got the rest of the RCTV crew currently in California with the H2GP, the hydrogen-powered RC cars. So got RCTV merch on show all around the world. Got hats, got hoodies, a little bit warm for those today. Temperature is picking up already within the building. A little bit of track repair going on by the looks of things. So if you're just joining us, seen Ollie Payne taking round number 2 of the Spec class. Simon Lauter taking the round yesterday evening. Simon looking like he realised that he wasn't as quick as Ollie and actually jumped out of the way right at the start before they even got to the loop. Let Ollie go away at the start and tried to settle in behind him and then drive into the gap behind him. Managed it pretty well until in the final minute, like, pair of them came across Lewis Parker, and Lewis didn't really know what way to go to get out of the way. Simon ended up nosed into the barrier. So it would have been pretty close between the two of them. Simon looking like he probably had it at that point. He only needed to finish sort of on the bumper of Ollie. That would have given him 2 rounds out of the 3 that he'd need. But it's now 1 round each. Ollie slightly advantaged because he had second in the first round. Simon managed to recover to 3rd. So currently Ollie has a 1 and a 2. Simon with a 1 and a 3. We've got modified will be coming up shortly. We've got one more 5-minute run of the LC class. So LC cars just being released out onto circuit. Five minutes of these guys.
Stop on the straight, please.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Via da 1, via da 2, via da 3, number 4, via da 5, via da 6, via da 7, via da 8, via da 9.
3 minutes remaining of this LC racing heat. So, good morning to you. If you are just looking to join us, wondering what's going on, this is just one of the support classes that's running here this weekend.
Also YouTube description.
Dopo la adesso Chesis Emanuis, Futurio Nikifor Tonis, Malakia Marco, Cocenis Nagasao Moscovino, dopo Moscovino, non deve entrare, macchina da verifiche e andate a raccogliere.
That then the end of the LC racing class for the round. So in we go to modified. Again, welcome to you if you are just joining us here on RC Racing TV on this Saturday morning. We're bringing you live coverage of the EFRA 112th European Championships from Messina on the northeast coast of Sicily. We're at the Paradise RC Arena. I'd like to thank our event sponsors, ToniSport, Schumacher, Lens Bodies, Zen Racing, RCXX Shop, Montec and Hobbywing for helping us to bring you this coverage. If you're interested in seeing live timing, there are links to it in the YouTube and Facebook and X streams. You can also find live timing on myrcm.ch and find more details on the EFRA website, which is efra.ws. Don't forget to subscribe on YouTube or follow us on Facebook and even join the RC Racing TV Facebook group. All set for the modified class cars to go out on track now. You'll notice if you've been joining us earlier that the sunlight that was shining in and on the main straight has pretty much disappeared. So we haven't got the low sun with everything coming in through the window. Going to have Lucas Larson, Nicola Morone, Marco Maguni, Marco Mazzini, Alessandro Bianchi, Marcello Galli, Mario Neri, and Stuart Cartwright won't be taking the start on this one. Stuart electing to sit out the modified class, having found times a little bit compacted yesterday.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Lucas Larson leads away his all-blue coloured car. Let's run with him for a few laps. These cars a little bit more powerful than the Spec class cars that we saw earlier, already backwards off the end of the main straight. Cars doing little skippity hops all the way down the main straight. Nice lot of oscillations going on. Haven't heard the familiar tick-tick boom yet. We've heard the tick-tick a couple of times. Nicola Morone leading. So Mr. Hot Race, Mr. Lens Bodies, as distributed by Zen Racing, one of the event sponsors. Let's see if we can find him. He is the all-white coloured car. There's a couple of all-white coloured cars. It is not that one. So if we can go back to the other all-white coloured car, number 1 of Nicola. He's just coming out onto the main straight now. So Nicola's car bucking and weaving. Here mainly in a support role for his Hot Race team drivers, particularly Alex Hagberg. Nicola working very, very closely with Alex yesterday. And in fact, during practice, was to be seen having Alex bolt new sets of tyres onto his car so that they could experiment and go over a lot more ground. I think Nicola probably at the moment just looking to get a couple of good times in, a couple of good runs in. If he can get himself, I think, into the B final, he'll be happy with that. And then he can look at how best he can help Alex later on. Might be an opportunity to tweak stuff, try slightly different stuff. All in the name of gathering data for Alex. Nicola leading this one by just under 3 seconds currently from Lucas Larson. Nicola having a fairly sizable accident through this chicane during practice this morning, and wheel parting company with the car, and exploded into many, many pieces. Backing it in there off the end of the main straight, car starting to look a little bit leery, starting to look a little bit loose. This extra power that these cars have. And a bit of a launch over onto his roof. Just checking the car still flat. Still does what he's expecting, and he's just rolling it in. Is that to retirement? No, not, is it? No, I think that's a retirement there then. That's going to put Lucas Larson back to the front with the 2 car. He was the all blue coloured car. Let's pick him up. So Nicola going to drop down the field. There's only 5 cars circulating at the moment. Alex Hagberg at the side of the track looking a little bit confused. He's looking up at the rostrum, wondering where Nicola is. Nicola having left the rostrum, which is not really the done thing. Certainly during qualifying. I mean, fortunately, he was he was at the very end of the rostrum next to the steps, but didn't have to sort of make his way past any other drivers. But still, not really the done thing, out of respect for fellow racers. Still running with the blue car of Lucas Larson. Out in front at the minute. Still 5 cars circulating. Lucas heading in towards very wayward looking 7 car of Marcello Galli. Past him quite comfortably. Now got a nice bit of clear track in front of him to drive into. Again, look to see if he can get himself up into the B final. Track action becomes a little bit more intense later on as we get up into the pointy end of the modified class. With the familiar names up there. Michael Olowski taking the round yesterday. But Jan Rathajski also very, very quick, as is Ollie Payne. Mark Reinhard somewhere there in the mix, as is Alex Hagberg. One minute of this heat remaining. So Lucas will know that there's 1 minute remaining, that he just needs to drive into this gap. Catch and pass people. The 7 car passed just over a minute ago. Catches and passes him again. Still looking a bit wayward out there. Lucas Larson doing everything he needs to. A little bit difficult when you're that much quicker than everybody else in the heat. You just want to bring it home, but equally you need to push. You're not just racing the other people in the heat that you're in. You need to set a faster time out there. Successfully navigates the number 8 car. Lucas Larson has finished. That's the end of heat number 1 of modified qualifying. So heat 2 just about to go out. Some quick drivers in this heat, but drivers who struggled a little bit for an 8-minute run, or to put together an 8-minute run. Lucas Larsson then was 12th in round yesterday, so another strong run from him. We'll be looking for potentially a B final. He'd be happy with that, I'm sure. Some more familiar drivers heading out for this heat. Martin Huddy, Thomas Liptak, Marcus Andreasen, Lewis Parker, Alexander Anderson, Christian Donath, Rene Jan, and Alessandro Brunelli. Drivers just looking to get themselves comfortable. They've already had one practice run this morning. Some of these guys running 2 classes. So cars just forming themselves up into order. Martin Huddy going to lead away.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
2, 5, 6, 1.
So Martin Huddy with his all-white coloured car leads away from Thomas Liptak, who is running an all-green coloured car, so Slovakian 1-2. In the front of the field. Martin getting plenty of practice in for this meeting at the Huddy Arena. Trying to make a break for it on the opening lap. Christian Donath, the early leader. He is one of the green cars, so let's pick up Christian. He is just coming past race control now, under the driver's rostrum. There we go, this is Christian Donath. Again, Christian running 2 classes. Looked like it wanted to carry on turning him into the barrier there, coming out onto the main straight. Christian currently running 2nd to Martin Huddy. Car looking pretty good for Christian, pretty well balanced. Christian, one of the top runners in Germany. Very nice coming out onto the main straight, riding curves, riding bumps. Very nicely, still running it in 2nd position. So I'm half a second behind Martin Huddy. Rene Jan's also going well with the number 3 car. Let's see if we can spot Rene. Rene is the minty green front, white rear car. Down the main straight. Sweeps through. Looks like the car's really sharp on turning for Rene. Maybe washing out a little bit mid-corner. But managing to extract some good lap times from it. And that little bit of push at the moment probably plays out quite well later on. Going to start seeing some of these drivers struggling for traction as the race gets beyond the 5-minute point. We're just coming up to 2.5 minutes into the run. Martin Huddy from Christian Donath from Rene Jean. We're running with Rene at the moment. Already car starting to look a little bit leery as he gets on the throttle. And Rene fires that across the curb into the barrier, lands back on his wheels. Car's fishtailing quite wildly now. But expect to see Rene drop down the order like a stone. Just let some traffic through. He's got the lead car of Martin Huddy catching him. Let's stay with that white car, actually. It's the second of the 2 white cars off the end of the main straight. So this is the lead car of Martin Huddy. Nice big gap opened itself up in front of Martin there. He'll be super happy, super comfy. Martin Huddy still leading this one from Christian Donath. They started out at opposite ends of the field. Christian actually only a couple of seconds back. Best lap time though from Martin Huddy, a 10.526. Christian Donath, best lap time, a 10.480. Martin though still lapping quickly. Those last lap was about a tenth slower than Christian. Predicted times, there's just over a second between them. Martin Huddy looking for a 45 in 8.03 currently. Christian Donath, in fact, Christian's going to get somewhere near the front now, I think. Martin dropping off the pace very, very slightly. And yeah, Christian's dropped off now. Predicted 44.802. We're running with Martin Huddy out in front. Martin was in round number 1. Martin was 7th in round. So will be looking to get himself up into an A final. He'd be happy with that. Pop himself into the main. Martin's car now starting to look a little bit loose. Just hanging on to the rear of it slightly. Doesn't look like he's quite confident in turning in and committing into the middle of the corner. Hear the 6-minute call. No, we've got a slight sinking feeling that you've got 2 minutes left. Car oscillating as it goes down the main straight. That's Christian Donath in front of him. Christian gets out of Martin's way. Christian still running in second position. That's not a complete lap that Martin's put on Christian because they started out for about half a lap apart. Christian starting further down the order than Martin did. Just over 1 minute left. Martin's got himself out in front of all the traffic. So just wanting to keep it moving. 1 minute left remaining. Martin Huddy, 7th in round yesterday. Successfully navigates a crashed car as he comes onto the main straight. Little bit of a flick of over rotation for Martin there. Last 15 seconds. Martin just wanting to bring this one home. Christian Donath and Thomas Liptak going to end up fairly close by the end of this one, I think. So Martin will be relieved to have taken that one. 45.805. Christian Donath going to be a 44 lap run, 44.808. So over a lap up for Martin Huddy in the end. Into the pointy end of modified. Martin Huddy taking that one with a quick time, 7th in round, and I would think that that could be another one somewhere near that mark. Getting set for the top heat of modified. Cars being placed down on the track. Released out onto circuit. So we're going to have Michael Orlowski, Alex Hagberg, Ollie Payne, Alessio Mazzio, Jan Rathajski, Mark Reinhard, Rosario Giamo, Rene Doctor, and Marcus Mobers. A little bit of track repair going on, some tape going down. Cars are lining themselves up on the grid. Michael Orlowski, the all-white coloured car, he's got himself straight in the middle, straight at the front. Michael not as quick. Alex Hagberg looked very quick at the start yesterday, and Michael just sort of caught up right at the end. Car didn't drop off as much as anybody else. Drivers on the rostrum, just having a bit of a shakedown, get themselves ready. Michael Orlowski, centre of shot, plain white body shell. Going to lead away. Just a little bit of track repair going on. In fact, Michael just... Track's been open for the drivers. It's just the warm-up lap. First opportunity for some of these drivers that are only running one class, just to feel what they've got underneath them.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
4, 3, 2, 6, 1.
Michael Orlowski leads away then, the all-white coloured car from Alex Hagberg. Alex already looking like he's trying to get within that 1 second on the split, leaving nothing on the table with a barrier tap as he comes out onto the main straight. Just give it a couple of laps to shake out, see who's looking fast. Alex's car looking a little bit more comfortable in off the end of the main straight on lap 1. But Michael leading this one after 2 laps. So flash through for the 3rd time. Michael Orlowski a couple of tenths up on Alex Hagberg. Sticking with them, starting to carve their way through traffic already. Heading towards the back of Marcus Mober's car. Marcus getting very crossed up off the end of the main straight as Michael catches him. There we go, dives out of the way. We won't know what way to look as the field streams past him. It's Alex Hagberg through as well. So they're going to start seeing this ebbing and flowing. Watching Michael Orlowski. He's lost a bit of time there to Alex Hagberg. Alex definitely going to be in front, but Alex backs it in off the end of the main straight. Alex Hagberg leading currently from Michael Orlowski. Out in front of the field. Hagberg, the second of the 2 cars in shot at the minute. A pair of them catching Rosario Giamo. But Rosario dives out the way. Hagberg still leading this one, started out 1 second behind. Still backing it in off the end of the main straight. Michael not doing that. Michael looking like he's just fading the power off. Ollie Payne running in third position, but these two have made a bit of a break for it. Michael Olowski now just getting that gap up again over Alex Hagberg. Alex is driving the wheels off of that car, but looks like he might also drive the tyres off at the end. Might not have anything left. It's a bit of a repeat of what we saw yesterday. Already Michael Olowski's car fishtailing as well down the main straight. We're still running with the focus on Michael's car. You can see Alex Hagberg's car in the back of shot, but still very, very loose there. Michael Olowski starting to struggle a little bit on traction, leading by 0.3 of a second last time round as they cross the line. See what the gaps ended up at. It's 3.5 tenths. Hagberg can sniff blood. Olowski looks to have gapped him very slightly though. Alex's car making all sorts of shape. Let's move the focus back onto Alex's car, just to pick him up as he runs down the main straight. That's some maybe not quite so visible on camera, but that's making some really interesting shapes with the front wheels. Car double steering, bucking, weaving as he tries to get on the power. Gap between Olowski and Hagberg now around half a second. Michael Olowski taking round one yesterday. He's going to see if he can make it 2 from 2. Go some way to winning back the European title that Alex Hagberg won back from Michael last year. Alex just getting the title back. Alex obviously having won it for 7 years in a row. Lost it in 22 to Michael Olowski. And Michael now trying to nick that title back. Less than 3 minutes remaining. Gap is up to a second now. Michael Olowski starting to look a little bit more comfortable. That's where his pace started shining through yesterday. Hagberg giving chase, but the car's looking ragged. Car looks very un-Alex-like. We're running with him on stream at the moment. About the length of the straight now between them. Olowski passes Mobers. Down the main straight once more. Michael's car fishtailing again as he gets on the power. Still just under 1 second between them. Absolutely nothing in it. A mistake will settle this one. 2 cars in between them. Looks like Mark Reinhard and Marcus Mobers. He's past Mark Reinhard. He's past Mobers. So no traffic in between them now. Past Jan Rathajski goes Michael Olowski. Still just under 1 second between them. One mistake would settle it one way or the other. Olowski's car looks a little bit easier to drive than Hagberg's at the moment. Let's see if we can pick up Michael Olowski again. He is the all-white coloured car. He's just off the end of the main straight now. And navigating his way through traffic. Gap has kind of ballooned. Small mistake from Alex Hagberg. So it's put Michael Olowski in a really good position. in fact, Ollie Payne's popped up in second position now and just got himself in front of Alex Hagberg. So Ollie, in fact, it's a retirement for Alex Hagberg. So he looks to have run out of tyre. Jan Rathajski up into third position. Looking very, very good for Michael Olowski then. This would be 2 from 2. If he can just bring this one home. Last 20 seconds. Predicted 47 lap run for Michael Olowski. It's a 46.805 predicted for Ollie Payne. So Michael Olowski does take that one. $47.810. So only driver across for the extra lap. It's going to play out nicely. Michael Olowski taking that round then, and that will be 2 from 2 for him. Let's just see what that's done to the overall ranking lists for qualifying, get an update. So just waiting in on an update from the overall. We know Michael Olowski is going to be leading the modified class with 2 round wins. So again, welcome to you if you are just joining us here on RC Racing TV to have a look at our coverage. We've got the Spec class just set to go.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
Was it working for the
2,
top guys?
1.
La 4, la 5, la 3, la 2, 1, 6, 7.
First heat of Spec out on track. So we have Alessandro Calarese, Mario Neri, Gianluca Lino, Freddie Parker, Francesco Salva, Gianfranco Di Giovanni, Antonio Di Bua Giancaro, and Torsten Muller not making a start on this one. Welcome to you if you are just joining us here on RC Racing TV. We're bringing you live coverage of the EFRA 112th European Championships. Just watching the start of qualifying round number 3. This looks like the car of Freddie Parker that we've picked up on stream. Thank you to our event sponsors, ToniSport, Schumacher, Lens Bodies, Zen Racing, RCXX Shop, Montec and Hobbywing for helping us to bring you this coverage. If you're just joining us, wondering what's going on, this is the second qualifying round of the day. Got this round of qualifying, then we'll have a lunch break and a further 3 rounds of qualifying. Best 3 from 6 to count. There was 1 round of qualifying took place yesterday. We've seen two different winners in the Spec class. We've seen Simon Lauter taking the round of Spec yesterday. We've seen Simon very, very quick this morning and just losing out as they came and passed some traffic. And in fact, it was the brother of Freddie Parker, who we've got on stream at the moment, which was Lewis Parker, that they just ended up with Simon parked in the barrier. Simon dropping down into third position in round. Mario Neri leading this one with the 5 car. Let's see if we can spot the 5 car out there. I think he is at the all orange coloured car possibly. That is indeed Mario Neri. He's trying to close down Freddie Parker. Freddie has got the slightly quicker last lap. In terms of a hot lap, though, Mario Neri has got the quickest with an 11.6. Mario Neri still out in front of this one. Just catches Freddie making a little bit of a mistake. Mario Neri still leading this one. We'll try and catch Michael Olowski after this one as well for a bit of a chat. See if we can find out how he felt that modified class went. Just under 3 minutes remaining of this heat number 1. Car skipping and hopping down the bumps on the main straight. A few drivers commenting that it seems to be getting a little bit worse. It's making life quite difficult. Mario Neri still leading this one. Just over 2 minutes remaining. Closing in on some traffic and just pops the car up on 2 wheels. Back down on the ground. Adam Mackman reminding us that if Mark Stiles had a son, Mark would be behind him today. Quite frankly, Adam, I think Mark's daughter would be in front of him today. That would be... That would just finish his weekend off, I think. He's not having a lot of fun out there. So Mark, runner-up at the Worlds in Florida, and
you talked to him after he took it. Yeah.
Mario Neri looking in a good position to take this one. He is, well, in fact, he's only 1.5 seconds ahead of Alessandro Calarese. Wouldn't take a huge amount for him to drop off. Again, thank you to us if you are just joining us here on RC Racing TV. Bringing you this coverage of the EFRA 112th Euros for 2024. From Messina on the northeast coast of Sicily. I'd like to thank the event sponsors, ToniSport, Schumacher, Lens, Zen Racing, RCXX Shop, Montec and Hobbywing for helping us to bring you this coverage. Mario Neri with 10 seconds left to go. About 1.6 seconds still from Alessandro Calarese. Just looking to bring this home. By the time you get to this stage in a run, you just want to keep it rolling, keep it on its wheels, do the best time possibly can do. So that is heat number 1 of Spec that is done. I think we've got Michael Orlowski heading over to us. So we'll just be able to have a quick chat with him, hopefully. Get his thoughts on what went on during qualifying, that second round. Just catching up with Michael Orlowski. Michael, obviously another round, so that's 2 from 2 now for modified.
Yeah, it's been pretty good. We tried some stuff in practice and found some good things, some not so good, and the car was very good now. But I'm sure the track is going to keep developing, and so we need to stay on top of everything.
Okay, so looked like, well, at one point I think Alex was in front of you on the split. He never got in front of you on the track, but looked like a bit of a continuation of yesterday. You were sort of you've got more of an 8-minute car, I think. Alex has got maybe a quicker hot lap.
Yeah, we're struggling in practice with the 8-minute pace, and just something clicked together for qualifying perfectly in time, and our approach is to be the quickest car at the end. So at the beginning I just need to try and stay calm and try and stay in front, and then we're very, very fast at the end.
Okay, and any changes coming for the next round?
We'll see. I'll talk to Andy and the team and see, but the car was actually very good to drive now, so maybe it's good to just keep it the same, and so I can finally learn and get used to it, because we've been changing so much every single time we're on the track.
Okay, and retirement from Alex as well, so he hasn't got another good score to back it up. Obviously you've got now a couple of good scores, good positions to be in.
Yeah, it's 6 rounds, 3 to count, so I don't think it's good. I mean, Alex is, he's very experienced, so it's not going to affect him, and I'm sure he'll be there at the end.
Okay, well, good luck, and hope the rest of the runs go well for you.
Thank you.
Quick catch up with Mikhail Orlowski there. That's 2 rounds from 2 for him. Like he was saying, car is good, car's well balanced. He's just seeking to get whatever time he can. Out in front in this one, we've got Tim Pansters leading it with the number 6 car. Let's see if we can make sure that we've got him. I think we're running with Mark Payne at the moment, by the looks of it. Tim Pansters is yeah, we've got him on screen now. So just always good to get a bit of a catch-up with the quick drivers out on the heat, or out in the heat. passing a prone car. That's the number 7 car of Tim Janssen. So Tim Pansters passes Tim Janssen. The all Dutch Netherlands group going on. So, as we suspected, Michael Olowski is leading modified from actually Ollie Payne and Jan Rathajski. Alex Hagberg a little way down because he was 17th in round, but just expecting him to pop up further up the field with some more good scores. Tim Pansters firing his car down the main straight. A little bit leery over some of the bumps out there. Just struggling to keep the rear of the car in check. Carving his way through traffic. It's the 9 car of Mark Payne that he's just about to pass. And Mark dives out of his way. Mark saying he's struggling a little bit off the end of the main straight. It's quite inconsistent. But Tim is not exactly where you want to be, just in the middle of a gaggle of cars. Kind of getting out of the way. Managing to make his way through. This heat number 2 of 5 of Spec. So you're going to see some of the quick drivers out in, well, heats 4 and 5. Stefan Schultz is going pretty well from heat number 4 in Spec. This heat number 2 that we're watching. Some of these guys will be looking, they'll be hoping to make the C final from here. Let's see what they can do. We've actually got, I think Alex D'Angelo has hit the front. Alex D'Angelo and Tim Pansters relatively close. Tim Pansters is still leading this one. Tom Adams in 2nd position. So, yeah, Alex D'Angelo was going well and dropped down the field. 3 minutes remaining to the point where the looseness of the car starts coming into play. Starting to see a few retirements from the run as well. See if we can find Tom Adams with the number 2 car. He's the sort of pinky coloured car. He's just heading out. In fact, there's 2 pinky coloured cars. He's on the main straight now. Tom Adams, Belgian driver. Obviously, Euros being held in Belgium next year. We'll imagine there's a few drivers looking forward to that. It's a drivable distance for a lot of the Northern European contingent. I believe it's at the MRCZ venue, which is the location for the Masters of Foam. So Masters of Foam, expecting to see that be very well attended. There's a bit of a warm-up for the Euros. Again, welcome to you if you are just joining us here on the stream as we build towards the pointy end of qualifying round number 3 for Spec. It'll be qualifying round number 3 of 6. So got the end of this round. We'll then be off air for around an hour whilst there's a lunch break going on. Then we'll be into 3 rounds of qualifying back-to-back as we build towards the close of the day. See who manages to put themselves into the coveted A-final spots. See who will be going home with coulda, woulda, shoulda stories. Tim Panster still leading this one from Tom Adams. Best part of a lap between them. Tom Adams in the middle of the shot as we come in to the end of this run. Just has a little bit of a coming together as they cross the loop with Michael Laws. Tim Panster's taking that one. It's a good run actually from Tim. That'll put him somewhere up near the pointy end. So just joining us here on RC Racing TV for our coverage of the EFRA 1/12 European Championships. That was qualifying heat number 2 of qualifying round number 3. If you want to see the live timing, you can check it out in the links on the Facebook, YouTube and X pages. You can also see live timing on myrcm.ch and find links to it on EFRA.ws. Also a good place to go to find out more information about RC racing in general. And again, you can also find anything you may wish to purchase on the website of our primary event sponsor, ToniSport. Can also thank Schumacher, Lens Bodies, Zen Racing, RCXX Shop, Montec and Hobbywing for helping us to bring you this coverage. Remember, if you're watching on YouTube, to subscribe to the channel. You can also join on Facebook, the RC Racing TV group. And make sure you give the page a follow as well. Heat number 3 all set to go. Christian Geyer is going to lead away from Lucas Larsen, Werner Spanbruckner, Lucas Niderer, Jan Dietmar, Dan Bancroft, Nigel Bowen, Ole Thomas Bryn, and Jody Sherritt. Christian Geyer leads away at the front of this one. The sort of white front, yellow centre, like Smurf blue rear. Car already looking a little bit pointy, a little bit wayward. Let's see if that settles down for a couple of laps. Steering servo looks like it's acting in an advisory capacity down the main straight. Just picking him up on shot again. Car's ducking, diving, weaving. He's in third position after a couple of laps. Looks like Werner Spanbruckner is getting himself somewhere in the mix. He is the 2 car, so I think he's the white and yellow coloured car. Or yellow front, white rear. Not that one. There's a second one out there. There we go. Werner Spanbruckner. It's our lead car. Werner going pretty well yesterday. Managed to seed himself up. He was in the first seeding heat yesterday. So managed to get himself halfway up the field for qualifying proper. Christian Gaia now trading places. It's 0.3 of a second between him and Werner Spanbruckner. We're running with Werner at the moment as they navigate their way past, I think that was Jody Sherratt. The other way. Still running with our lead car, Werner Spanbruckner. Christian Gaia somewhere down the road in front of him. Christian's probably going to be blissfully unaware that Werner is very, very close to him on times, and in fact in front of him. He's certainly not past Christian. Christian's navigating his way through traffic. They started out just over a second apart. It's now like 0.4 of a second between Werner and Christian. Werner, the Austrian driver, only Austrian driver in this heat. And Werner actually gets collected there as he manages to drive into someone else's accident. That's going to put Christian Gaia back out in front. Jan Dietmar looks like he's getting himself somewhere in the mix as well. So actually super, super close between the top four. There's like there's like 1.4 seconds between the top four. So this is Christian Gaia that we've got on shot at the moment. He's currently running in second position to Werner Spanbruckner. Werner's one car back on shot. That is our lead car of Werner Spanbruckner, leading by around 0.4 of a second. In terms of lap times, best lap time is pretty close between all of them. Slightly backing it in there from Werner.
I gave them all out. I gave let's see a sheet, but we're all. I brought many.
If you are out.
Yeah.
So a little bit of an incident there for Werner. Just coming out onto the main straight. That's dropped him down the field slightly. Got a comment from It's an RC car saying at 48 wanting to get into racing. These guys make it look easy and it sure ain't. It's not that easy. It's quite accessible. It definitely doesn't make it look easy. Coming out onto the main straight, that was, I believe that was Jody Sherratt sending it up the wall as they came out onto the main straight. Werner now some 3 seconds off Christian Gaia. Let's see if we can... yeah, Jan Dietmar's up there as well with the number 1 car. Let's see if we can find Jan. His is the white and green coloured car. He's just about to head out onto the main straight now. And Jan Dietmar's car looks a little bit leery. He's backing it in. Christian Guy still leading this one from Jan Dietmar. We're running with Jan Dietmar at the moment with 1.5 minutes left. It's a decent run from Christian. He's looking like he's going to end up some 2.5 seconds down the road from Jan Dietmar. Just running with Jan down the main straight at the moment. He just looks like he's really not confident in the tail end of that car off the end of the main straight. Not wanting to grab hold of it. .40 seconds left. Car looking like it wants to bite him as he turns in. Tail of the car just moving. Rabbit Stew asking about Michael Bolt. He will be out in the next heat. So if you want to keep up with the travails of Michael, on a bit of a donut there in the top corner for Jan Dietmar, who we were running with. There's like 15 seconds left to go. Christian Guy is going to take this one. So time is just going to expire. Christian Guy going to take this heat. Heat number 3. So that is all of the running done for these guys before lunch. Everybody skulking away back to the pits. Looks like a sigh and a drop of the shoulders from Jody Sherritt as he comes off the rostrum. Yeah, managed to call him Jody Sherritt today, not Jody Scheckter like we managed yesterday. Christian Guy taking that one. Cars going down for heat number 4, then the penultimate heat of the Spec class. Some quick guys in this one.
Is this 4 coming up?
Stefan Schultz with a 5th in both rounds so far. Stefan looking like he's going to nail himself on for the A final. Already 2 5ths in round. Another 5th place. And he'll be laughing. Michael Bolt will be away 2nd. Marcus Andreasen, Alexander Anderson, Niels de Greiser, Stefan Huyss, Stu Cartwright, Mark Jordan and Andreas Bryn.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Stefan Schultz leads away his familiar white and blue race paint colour scheme. He didn't necessarily have the quickest opening lap last time out, and in fact I think Michael Bolt might well jump to the front after lap 1. Looks like Michael's got closer to him, and Alex Anderson actually is the quickest on the opening lap. So give it a couple of laps to settle down. They've already passed a prone Mark Jordan. Stefan Schultz leading on track currently, the blue and white coloured car on the main straight now. Just in the back of shot, you've got Michael Bolt. And a bit of a chicane hopping moment for Stefan there. Stefan 5th in round 1, Stefan 5th in round 2. Will be looking to lock himself into the A final from there. Not known traditionally as a 1/12 scale driver is Stefan, but is very, very quick driver all the same. Stefan now starting to edge away from Michael Bolt. So Michael's got himself in front. Let's move our focus back one car onto the car of Michael Bolt, the orange front, blue rear. So Michael, 4th place at the Worlds in Florida back in December. The Spec class. Not having the greatest weekend by his own admission, but closing in on the back of Stefan now. Car starting to look a little bit more dialed. Moving around quite a lot underneath him, but as the pair of them come off the end of the main straight, pitching it in, that's not going to do his rear tyres an awful lot of good. But, Stefan starting to carve his way through the traffic and create gaps for Michael. That's going to be helping Michael. Michael leading by about half a second as they go past Andreas Bryn. So that's the 3rd place car in the heat that these lead two have just passed, and Michael goes backwards off the end of the main straight. He lost some time there to Stefan. It's about 0.2 of a second between them now. In fact, there's less than half a tenth between them. So Stefan makes a mistake then and ends up getting turned round by another car in front of him. So we're with Michael Bolt leading this heat. He's leading on track as well as on the clock. Michael now just wanting to keep it calm. A little bit too much curb there off the end of the main straight. Cuts back out, powers down the main straight. Car looks a little bit more settled over the bumps than it did do earlier. Just flowing through the middle of the circuit, out down the main straight once more. Off the end of the main straight, there's a little bit of an oscillation as he turns the car in. You'll see Stefan Schultz out of the corner of his eye, know that he started out 1 second behind Stefan. He's now just over a second in front of him on the tracks, and know that he's got a couple of seconds in his pocket. These two stretching away out at the front of the field. Michael Bolt predicting currently a 43.807. Stefan Schultz predicting a 42.801. See if Michael can squeeze through onto that lap 43. The pace has been dropping off a little bit towards the end of the run. Again, a little bit of a double steer for Michael off the end of the main straight. We're at about just coming up towards the 5-minute mark into the run. Michael still keeping this one clean, stitching together a good run. Car looking good, car looking clean. Maybe not the absolute fastest, as quick as some of the cars in the next heat that's coming up. Still pretty respectable nonetheless. Catching and passing traffic, that's Stu Cartwright that Michael Bolt has just navigated his way past. Stefan Schultz, though, looks like he has closed in a fair bit. That's much less than a second. So is that a case of Michael losing pace? It was an 11.7 for Michael last time round, and 11.4 for Stefan. So Stefan knows that he started out 1 second in front of Michael. He needs to catch him and pass him. if he wants to stand any chance of beating him in the round. 11-4 for the pair of them last time round. The gap seems to have stabilised. Less than 2 minutes to go. Bit of clear track in front of the pair of them. Off the end of the straight backwards for Michael Bolt. Stefan closing in. Stefan will be sniffing blood. That was the scene of Stefan's unfortunate slide. Michael navigates the end of the main straight a little bit more successfully that time. Down the main straight one more time. And small mistake from Stefan there, drops him further away. Michael's in the comfortable position of knowing that if he stays in front of Stefan on track, he's got him beat. They pass the number 8 car of Marcus Andreasen. In fact, Michael's passed him, Stefan hasn't yet. 1 minute to drive. Michael doing what he needs to. He'll know that Stefan's done a top 5 in round in both of the previous runs. In fact, Marcus Andreasen being very gentlemanly there with a small mistake from Michael. Marcus backing out of it so as not to get involved. 30 seconds left. Just want to roll it round, bring it home. Sideways for Michael Bolt there up in the top corner. That looks nasty. He just needs to bring it home now. 20 seconds remaining. Just need a good score on the board. Michael will be pretty happy with this. Stefan Schultz through as well. Still looking for a potentially a 43-lap run for Michael Bolt. Stefan Schultz has finished. Michael Bolt has just made it through by 4.5 tenths onto the extra lap. So that'll be nice. He'll be happy with that. Looks like he's got a bit of a body tuck as well at the end there. So Michael Bolt just gets that one from Stefan Schultz. Little mistake from Stefan in the chicane off the end of the main straight. Dropped him down the field slightly. Top heat about to go out on track, although there's something strange going on with the timing. Don't know if someone's just having their time edited, but this isn't heat 2 going out. This is heat 5. Here we go. So Ollie Payne, Simon Lauter, Jan Rathajski, Lewis Parker, Morgan Williams, Max Mackler, Christian Donath, Mark Stiles and Finlay Whitelock. So you're just joining us for the top heat of Spec. Last time out we saw Ollie Payne taking the win. Simon Lauter looking very, very quick. And Simon now actually starting off behind Ollie. Simon started out first, moved out of Ollie's way before they even got to the line last time. Was circulating nicely until they got to the car of Lewis Parker. Ollie Payne leading away from Simon Lauter. What we saw last time then was Ollie stretch away for the first minute or two. We then saw Simon start driving back at him, so let's see how this one ebbs and flows. Ollie Payne, mainly white coloured body shell with a red centre. Simon's car not looking too dissimilar either. But Ollie already starting to stretch his lead. Ollie with 1 round win and a second in round. We have got Simon Lauter with a round win and a third in round. Jan Rathajski currently running in 3rd position. In fact, Jan has got Simon at the moment for 2nd. Simon with a car that's not particularly quick over the opening couple of laps. See, Ollie's like 1.3 seconds up on Simon already after 1 minute. So Ollie just streaking away at the front of the field. Ollie passing the car of Mark Stiles as they come out onto the main straight. Ollie's car sitting very flat at the minute, carrying a decent amount of corner speed. Simon Lauter now in 3rd position, just looking for an update on the overall times. Jan Rathajski, in fact, Simon now in 2nd position. He's currently predicting a time 2.5 seconds slower than Ollie. With they're both predicting 45 lap runs, those first 2. Would expect that probably to drop off to a 42. Ollie, though, feeling very confident in the car, able to run curbs there. So Ollie starting to stretch his legs a little bit. Simon Lauter looking a little bit more comfortable in 2nd position. Jan Rathajski 3rd, Morgan Williams currently 4th, Max Mackler up in 5th position. Who was that? That was Morgan Williams, has ended up in the barrier and dropped himself down the field. So Ollie going to start heading towards traffic. I believe that's the car of Christian Donath he's going to be catching next. And Simon has now pegged the gap. And last time round, Simon was the only driver sub 11, so a 10.8 from Simon last time round. So expect to see this gap start coming down as we approach half distance. So Ollie heads towards Christian Donath. Christian lets him through as they come out onto the main straight. So it looks like Ollie v Simon for this one. Simon starting to pick up pace. Passes Max Mackler at the end of the straight, does Simon. So we're running with Simon Lauter at the moment. He's trying to chase down Ollie Payne. About the length of the straight between them. Remember, they started out 1 second apart. Heading towards Christian Donath now is Simon Lauter. Gap between the two of them, 1.4 seconds. Last time round, 11.1 for Ollie, 10.9 for Simon. Christian Donath and Christian's got out of the way of Simon. Morgan Williams next for Simon. Then there is zero traffic between him and Ollie. We've got 3 minutes of the run remaining. Ollie seems to have hung on to his pace a bit better than he did earlier on. At this point, Simon was taking chunks out of him. It was a 10.9 from Ollie. It was an 11.0 from Simon last time round. Ollie successfully navigated his way past Lewis Parker. We're running with Simon Lauter at the moment as he tries to chase down Ollie Payne. Absolutely nothing in it. It's ebbing and flowing between them, but Ollie currently 1.4 seconds to the good. These two looking like the class of the field and stretching away ahead of everybody else out there. So Lewis Parker now in between the two protagonists. It was when they got to Lewis last time, and Lewis dives out of the way of Simon. 0 cars between them. Simon just takes 2/10 out of Ollie's lead. Gap currently 8/10 between them. Coming up on the car of Mark Stiles now for Ollie Payne. So Simon going to be pushing now, trying to get into that gap. Mark's created some space for Ollie. Let him through, as you'd expect. Mark now going to jump out of the way of Simon. Simon's car hops sideways, gaps come down again. Simon's now closing, can sniff blood. 45 seconds left. Let's have a look, has Simon hit the front yet? No, but he was like 0.5 faster that time round. He's just under 1/10 back. It's going to be very, very close. Looks like Simon might just get there. I think Simon's definitely going to be in front as they cross the line this time. You can see Ollie in front. 30 seconds left. Simon has now hit the front. So Simon now leading this one from Ollie. Doesn't actually need to pass him to do the time. What predicted time are they looking at? 44.803 and a 44.804. Simon will be content to just sit there. Simon Lauter takes that one then with a 44.803.831, new fastest time as well. So Simon then with 2 round wins. Just catches up with like 30 seconds to go. Just got Ollie, a little bit of a fist pump from him on the rostrum. Mark Stiles staring at the timing screen as he pulls in. Finished 7th in that heat. Let's have a look at what this has done for the overall positions. That's going to move Simon back towards the front. So 2 round wins for Simon. So we've got the LC Racing class coming up next. So just going to have those cars heading round on circuit. Whilst those guys are heading round, we'll leave the camera on. Thank you for joining us for the end of that Spec qualifying. So, yep, overall we've got Simon Lauter currently leading Spec from Ollie Payne, Jan Rathajski, Stefan Schultz in 4th position. Lewis Parker, Michael Bolt with a 7th in round. Christian Donath, Max Mackler, Marcus Andreas and Mark Stiles is somehow clinging on in 10th. He had an 8th in round that time, so Mark will be Mark will be pretty happy with that. Just managing to beat Stefan Schultz. So that's pretty decent from him. We'll endeavour to get Simon Lauter for a bit of a chat after this one. Right at the end, but whilst this is circulating, we'll just have a bit of a catch-up with everything that's going on. Thank you for joining us here on RC Racing TV. Got a couple of heats of the LC Racing class. These two 5-minute classes. Chase Mackman saying Mark Stiles is going to TQ this round. Mark Stiles didn't TQ this round. Simon Lauter TQ'd the round. Mark Stiles is currently looking at Simon Lauter's car, wondering just why his car doesn't work like that, because it's the same car. It's the same car that they put down. But Simon is looking pretty rapid so far. We'll have a catch up with him after this, but looking pretty nailed on for an A final. This is 4th 1/12 meeting. We've spotted a fair few build errors with his car, but we don't want to correct them because it's very clearly working for him. Neil Fletcher asking what car are this? These are the LC Racing 1/14th scale class. There's just a couple of heats of these. Just out on track at the moment. Just using it as an opportunity to give our camera team a well-deserved break whilst they go and capture some information, some stuff from around the pits. We're going to grab Simon Lauter in a moment as well, have a chat with him. See how he felt about that run. Looking very calm, very collected.
se continua la
Okay, just catching up with Simon Lauter. Simon, you just missed out on the previous round. You were pretty unfortunate at the end of that with catching traffic, but feel like you got it back there?
Yeah, I think this was a super good run. We both had a clean run, which is important, and I think we put on quite a good show for everyone watching. So, yeah, now I think it's obvious for everyone what's the race. I don't want to call it tactics, but pace-wise, what it is. He's super fast at the beginning. I'm faster in the end, and I think we're super close overall.
It does look that way. I mean, it was only about 30 seconds to go that you actually caught him. Did you think at one point you weren't going to get back to him?
Honestly, I thought I had lost it lap 4 or 5 already, because from my vision he was gone. So he was like, I don't know, 2 seconds ahead. I'm not super sure about the timing, but then I still had to focus, concentrate. I knew I had the faster car in the end, most likely, and then I went all in.
Yeah, it was about 1.8 seconds, so yeah, he was gone. I think you dropped down to like 4th or 5th. Overall, you had Jan was quick, Max was a little bit in front of you as well on the clock at that point. So just keeping your head and just trying to manage the race to the end.
Yes, I think it's super important what time you hit some back markers or whether you need to let by someone. I was safe this time, but Jan is quicker than me in the beginning as well, so I need to take care of this. And now we will get the opposite thing. I need to start ahead of Ollie, so most likely I will have to open up for him to go, and then, yeah, let's just hope let's just see what happens.
Well, I mean, we saw your tactic for the start of that second round where you let him go before you even got to the loop. So his clock started ahead of yours. Was that?
It was a mistake for me because I nearly spun end of the straight and he was so close behind me because I didn't start on point that I decided, it was just a quick reaction, nothing I prepared or tactics or whatever.
I mean, it didn't actually cost you because you hadn't crossed the loop at that point, so it worked quite well for you.
Yes.
So, okay, well that's good. But so 2 rounds now. You've got 2 rounds from 3. So another round. You've also got the fastest time as well. So good position. See if you can next round get that, and then it's then down to you v Ollie.
Yes, I'm super happy with everything. Car is great, and I just try to do my best as always, and then we will see what happens.
Okay. Well, thank you. Good luck. Hope to speak to you again. Okay, welcome back. So just taking a short break there during the LC Racing class in for Q3 of Modified. See if Michael Olowski can guarantee himself a spot on the front row. It's 3 from 6 to count in qualifying. So welcome to you if you are just joining us here on this Saturday morning for our coverage of the EFRA 112th European Championships for 2024 from Messina on the northeastern coast of Sicily. I'd like to thank our event sponsors, ToniSport, Schumacher, Lens Bodies, Zen Racing, RCXX Shop, Montec and Hobbywing for helping us to bring you this coverage. So we've got 3 heats of Modified left for this round. Seen Simon Lauter take his second round of Spec. I think part of the story we're seeing this weekend is no one's really good over 8 minutes. You've got some drivers that are quick at the start, you've got some drivers that are quick at the end of the run. But no one is really fast across an entire 8 minutes. We saw Ollie Payne in Spec stretch his lead to, it was about 1.8 seconds after a couple of minutes. And as we were speaking to Simon Lauter, he was saying he didn't think he was going to get there. He didn't think he was going to catch back up. And it was only with about 30 seconds to go that Simon was back right on the tail end of Ollie and in front of him. He's got a new fastest time as well, so see how that one ebbs and flows for the next race. We are running with the car of Lucas Larsson at the moment, this all blue coloured car on screen. These 6.5 turn blinky powered cars, so 6.5 turn brushless motors. All of the 1/12 scale cars this weekend running 1S batteries. So 3.7 volt lithium polymer battery pack. Sat in the middle of the car, either inline or transverse layout. Heading down the main straight already, starting to fishtail. Leading by around 0.2 of a second at the moment from Alessandro Bianchi with the 4 car. Let's see if we can find the 4 car out there. 4 car is the, there we go, that is the, not exactly sure what colour you describe that as, a little bit wayward at the rear end, but it's like a kind of a turquoisey colour. The car looks a little bit like he's suffering with some double steer. And just seen out the corner of my eye, Lucas Larsson has fired it off the track. But car bucking as he comes out onto the main straight. There's some pretty serious bumps all the way down the main straight. And if we just watch him as he comes out down the main straight once more, car hopping around, not really in control. Looks a little bit more like steering servos working in an advisory capacity. Nicola Marone's got himself up into first position with car 1. He is the all-white coloured car. Let's see if we can pick up Nicola. In fact, there's 2 all-white coloured cars. Nicola will be the one with white wheels out there. There's Nicola, of course, Mr. Hot Race and Mr. Lens Bodies as well. Nicola going quite nicely out in the front, down the main straight. Again, car hopping around. Nicola having some fairly good pace, but being a little subservient to Alex Hagberg and kind of sacrificing his weekend, making quite a few changes to his car, and in fact Alex changing tyres for him yesterday so that they could carry out a bunch of experimentation just to get the car dialed in Nicola leading this one by around 4 seconds at the moment from Alessandro Bianchi. Looking quite cool, calm, collected. Had a fairly sizable accident earlier on through the chicane coming out onto the main straight. Or sorry, the chicane under the driver's rostrum. Managed to take a corner off the car. You can see the back of the car starting to hop around. That was the scene of Nicola's fairly large accident earlier on. Car still hopping around. It doesn't look comfortable. It almost looks like the front and the rear of the car don't look connected to one another. Welcome to you if you are just joining us here on our RC Racing TV coverage. If you're watching us on YouTube, don't forget to subscribe. If you're following, or if you're watching on Facebook, don't forget to follow the page. You can also join the RCTV group. Coming up later on as well on RCTV, there is coverage of the H2GP from Southern California, which is some hydrogen-powered RC eventing. Three minutes left this run. That's a slight mistake there for Nicola. Just keeping the car in the middle of the track, in the middle of the circuit. We'll be looking to get a decent finish in. He's some 5 seconds in front. Catches and passes some traffic in front of him that have clashed quite conveniently for him. Nicola Morone leading this one now from Alessandro Bianchi. Still really sideways there as he came out onto the main straight, was Nicola. Blasted through the throttle as he came out onto the main straight. Still really struggling to get the power down. Cars hopping and skipping and jumping all over the place. These bumps seemingly getting worse as the meeting is going on. At least the drivers haven't got the sunlight in their eyes. Through the infield quite nicely. Into a big stop off the end of the main straight. That's going to be really interesting when we get to finals tomorrow. Seeing the cars arriving at that turn number 1. One minute to drive. Nicola Morone, who we're running with, leading this one by around 6 seconds currently. Looking good, looking like he's doing everything he needs to. Just building anticipation towards the top end of Modified. Modified, we're not seeing anybody like in stock. We're seeing some quicker guys in the lower heats that didn't maybe seed particularly well over 3 laps, but have got good cars over 8 minutes. We saw Stefan Schultz and Michael Bolt both posting some decent overall times and decent round times. We're seeing in the modified class, the seems to be the sort of top top 5 or 6 seem to be a little bit of a step ahead. of everybody. Obviously, Michael Orlowski's taken first couple of rounds. Ollie Payne with a second and a third. Jan Rathajski, Alessio Mazzio's somewhere in the mix there. Martin Huddy's posted a couple of good scores. In fact, Martin's out in the next heat, so he's had a fourth in round. Did Martin last time, so could be interesting. Alex Hagberg's got a second and a 17th, so he'll be looking to bump himself up there as well. So we'll keep a close eye on Martin Huddy this time round. So yeah, drivers taking part in this heat: Martin Huddy, Thomas Liptak, Lewis Parker, Alexander Anderson, Christian Donath, Marcus Andreasen, Alessandro Brunelli, and Rene Jan. We have been made aware that Rene Jan is displaying the Australian flag. He's actually Austrian rather than Australian, but that's... We also know that Martin Huddy and Thomas Liptak, we're aware that they're displaying the Slovenian flag. Unfortunately, that's race control rather than anything that we have direct control of. So not anything that we can adjust, unfortunately. But Martin Huddy going to lead away, the all-white coloured car. Thomas Liptak, the all-green coloured car behind him. Martin looking a little bit tight. Thomas Liptak straight on him. Lewis Parker with the quickest opening lap, actually, of them all. So Martin Huddy, fourth in round last time. It's a pretty respectable score. He'll be looking to do the same again. He'll be sort of wanting to pop out somewhere in the A final. 10-car finals. Only 8-9 cars in these heats. So decent opportunity to make his way forward. So if we sort of have our focus on the green car, which is the second one in that shot, that is Thomas Liptak. He's currently running third in the heat, actually. Christian Donath is the quickest car out there. Started out quite some way down the field, did Christian. Christian leading this one by a couple of seconds, actually. It's, 1.2 seconds when he crosses the line. A scruffy lap, actually, from Christian, drops him down. So Thomas Liptak we're running with at the moment in second position to Martin Huddy. He's about 2 tenths behind. So Martin just starting to edge away again. Thomas Liptak looking pretty close. In fact, he's closed in a little bit on Martin Huddy this time round, has he? There is, 2 tenths of a second between them. Started out 1 second behind. Martin gets balked very slightly coming out onto the main straight. So 3 tenths of a second between Martin Huddy and Thomas Liptak at the moment. You can see Thomas, who we're running with, and Martin is now the car directly in front of us. That wasn't particularly helpful for Thomas, who we're running with. That's Martin Huddy now that we picked up on screen, the all-white coloured car. So he comes off the end of the main straight, 5 minutes remaining. Martin will be looking to cement his place in the A final. He's got a 7th in round and a 4th in round. It's 3 rounds from 6 to count. This is round number 3. Having 3 good scores to start with, always a nice position to be in. So just joining us here on RC Racing TV for our coverage. This is the penultimate heat of Modified. Qualifying round number 3. After this, we will have a break for around an hour. Bit of an opportunity for all the drivers to go and have some lunch. Then we'll be back with the final 3 rounds of qualifying. So if Michael Olowski manages to take the round this time, then he will definitely be on the front row because he will have 3 round wins. And the only way that anybody would be able to beat him would also be to have 3 round wins. In Spec, it's a little bit more open, with Ollie Payne having taken the 1 round this morning, Simon Lauter taking this round that's just gone, and Simon also having taken last night's round. Simon currently with the quicker time of the 2 as well. So traffic just getting out of the way for Martin Huddy there. Car still looking a little bit wayward over the bumps down the main straight. It's a little bit of a struggle for all the drivers, particularly later on in the run. Martin Huddy now with a decent lead over Thomas Liptak, predicting a time some 6 seconds faster. Those 2 the only drivers looking for a 45 lap run. Martin Huddy currently predicting 45.802, and in fact is heading towards a, it's floating around, he might make it onto a 46. Pretty unlikely though. It's starting to drop away on pace now, so I don't think he's quite going to make it there. Martin Huddy just trying to stroke this one home, doing everything he needs to have another good round score in his pocket. He's got a 4th, he's got a 7th. Get another something like 5th or 6th, that will pretty much guarantee him an A final spot. Then he can set about trying to go a little bit faster and get himself further up the grid. But first effort is always trying to make the main. And once you're in it, then you can deal with it and try and move yourself forward. Still running in front of Thomas Liptak. Those 2 stretching away from the rest of the field. 10.506 best lap from Martin Huddy. 10.480 from Thomas Liptak. Martin Huddy 10.8 last time round, so only 0.3 off of his best lap. Thomas Liptak's made a little bit of a mistake. He's now like 6 seconds behind Martin Huddy. Just coming in towards the final few seconds here of Everybody finished then. Martin Huddy taking that one from Thomas Liptak. René Jan in third. Marcus Andreasen in fourth position. Getting set then for the top heat of stock. Sorry, modified. All set then, drivers being released out onto the circuit for the top heat. See Mark Reinhard now running race paint out of the corner of my eye. Everybody checked in, all transponders are counting. Michael Olowski gonna lead away from Ollie Payne. Jan Rathajski, Alex Hagberg needs to get himself up there.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
4, 2, 1, 6, 5.
Michael Olowski leads the field away then. Already looks like he's done a pretty hot opening lap. Trying to get away, stretch away from Ollie Payne. Jan Rathajski off in third position. Alessio Mazzio, local driver, local track, not his usual class. Also up there in fourth position. Let's give it a couple of laps to settle down. Michael Olowski, though, with round 1 yesterday, round 2 this morning. If he can take this round, then he is definitely first or second on the grid. Already starting to carve his way up past some traffic. That's the 7 car of René Doctor that he has passed already. He's coming up to Mobers as they come down the end of the straight. Mobers jumps out of the way. So already Michael Olowski starting to build a gap. Ollie Payne in second. Alex Hagberg is up into third position currently. We're running with the man who is looking for TQ position. First 3 drivers all on a predicted 47 lap run. I think Alex Hagberg, he's just made his way past Mark Reinhard. Alex Hagberg, oh, he's just made a mistake at the corner of my eye. We're still running with Michael Olowski as he flicks it out onto the main straight, down the main straight. Car fishtails a little bit, rides over some of the bumps. He's managing to cut his way through traffic. Ollie Payne's closed in very slightly. Now 1.5 tenths between Michael Olowski and Ollie Payne. Really close between them now, less than 0.5 tenth. Looking to stabilise that gap if they can. In fact, let's move our focus back 1 car, the white and red coloured car of Ollie Payne, as he gives chase. Ollie Payne actually now hits the front just as we do that, so he is leading this one from Michael Olowski by about 1/10 of a second. Obviously, compared to the stock class cars, the physical gap of 1 second looks a lot bigger because the cars are travelling faster. Then that gap looks greater in terms of the length of the straight. But Michael Orlowski now back to the front now. Ollie Payne back to the front. Half a tenth between the pair of them. Past Mark Reinhard goes Ollie Payne as he tries to chase down Michael Orlowski. Ollie Payne, one of the drivers running 2 classes this weekend. He's in the mix in stock. He's won one of the rounds in stock. Finished second in the others. Ollie looking to chase down his teammate Michael Orlowski. Michael saying Ollie was a big part of his world title win in Florida back in December. So we're running with Ollie Payne, car of Michael Orlowski. You've just seen exit out the front of your shot. Michael now leading this one by 2/100ths of a second. No, Ollie back to the front now. It's just ebbing and flowing between these two. Alex Hagberg is, what is he? He's about 1.2 seconds back. Ollie Payne now 0.2 of a second in front. So that was Rene Doctor that Ollie has just passed. So if you saw a white car flash by and a mistake from Ollie there off the end of the main straight, Rene Doctor jumps out of the way again. But Ollie will be wanting a doctor after that one. That wasn't comfortable off the end of the main straight. That has given the lead back to Michael Orlowski. Just heading through. Ollie had done all of that work, catching up the gap to Michael. Then that small mistake. 3 minutes left to go. Gap 1.2 seconds currently. Everybody still pressing on, pressing as hard as they possibly can. Ollie really pitching it in at the end of the main straight. He knows he's got to try and catch Michael Orlowski, get back within that 1 second. He had it in his hands. In fact, Alex Hagberg up into second position as well. So Alex picking up some pace out there on circuit. Top 3 now covered by half a second. Last time round, fastest lap was Ollie Payne. About half a tenth quicker than Michael Orlowski. We're running with the car of Ollie Payne at the moment as he closes in on the car of Marcus Mobers. Mobers can see one faster car in front of him, one faster car behind him. Didn't know which way to look, but has got out of Ollie's way. Ollie now wanting to get the hammer down, try and close in on the back of Michael Orlowski. What's the gap? Less than 0.2. Hagberg still in the mix with this one as well. Only about 0.4 back from Ollie. So charging hard from Alex Hagberg, starting out further down the heat. 1 minute left. Half a second now between Michael Orlowski and this car that we're following of Ollie Payne. 10.4 last time round from Ollie. 10.6 from Michael. So less than 1 minute to go. Ollie charging hard. Michael's made his way past Rene Doctor. Ollie giving it absolutely everything. So they cross the line. Let's have a look. What was the gap between them? Gap is 1/100th of a second. So absolutely nothing in it. Ollie could well take the lead, and Ollie will take the lead, actually, as they come out onto the main straight. And that was a little flick from Michael. Nearly took his teammate off. So dropping back from Michael. Ollie gets that right at the death, does he? Alex Hagberg pops up into second, so Ollie gets that right at the end. So TQ from Ollie Payne. Alex Hagberg in second, Michael Olowski third, Jan Rathajski was fourth, Alessio Mazzio, Marcus Mobers, Rosario Giamo, and Rene Doctor. Retirement for Mark Reinhard. Let's see what that's doing to the overall positions. We'll try and catch up with Ollie as well. Ollie was second going into that. He's still going to be second from Michael. But great run there from Ollie. Right at the end. So just need to see if we can catch up with Ollie.
Ollie.
So just going to have a little bit of a chat with him now as he comes across. Ollie, first time we've spoken to you this weekend, but well done. Obviously, just got that right at the end.
Yeah, it was a little bit sketchy at the end between me and Michael, but managed to hang on. So.
Okay, because looked like you dropped off a little bit. You were in front of him on the split, and then you kind of made a little bit of a mistake off the end of the main straight.
Yeah, I had a mistake at the end of the main straight, and it kind of scared me a little bit because I wasn't sure if it was a problem or, because the car was really stable the whole run, apart from that one time there. So I was a little bit concerned that maybe something had happened. So I went easy for a few laps, and then I saw Alex was getting pretty close as well. So I was like, okay, it was time to put the hammer down, and the car still felt good. So I sort of pushed on towards the end.
Well, yeah, I mean, Alex got second in the end there from Michael. I think actually as Michael let you pass, because he made a bit of a mistake coming up the main straight.
He crashed, and then we both backed off because I didn't think either one of us wanted to collect the other person. But yeah, we kind of both hesitated a little bit too much there. So yeah.
Okay, well, I think that's you with the fastest time now in mod as well. So, think you can challenge Michael?
I think so. Yeah, the car seems to be getting better every run. Obviously, that was the best it was. So, it's challenging to do an 8-minute run. We're kind of having to make the car super stable. It's been really fast all weekend. It's just trying to do that 8-minute run is tough.
We were saying, I mean, in both stock and mod, no one looks quick for 8 minutes. That you're either quick at the start or quick at the end.
Yeah, exactly. In stock, it's the opposite. I have the same problem where my car's super fast for the first sort of 4 minutes, and then it goes okay, and then it falls off really badly at the end. So Simon's is the opposite. So we're kind of like racing there, and it seems like, oh, you've got it in the bag, and then all of a sudden the last minute can change everything. So.
Well, yeah, I mean, you had like nearly 2 seconds on Simon, and then he just got you with a few.
We finished within half a second, I think, in the end. So yeah, it's close. So, but it makes it more interesting.
No, it does. So, looks like you're challenging for both. How is it running 2 classes here?
Tough. Yeah. It's nice now we have a little bit of a lunch break, but that's why I haven't had a chance to come see you guys yet, because I've been running back and forth, truing 2 sets of tyres for every round and making changes on both cars and trying to understand each run as its own rather than, combining the two, which is tough.
No, but appreciate it. But thank you and well done. Hope to speak to you again later.
Thank you.
Just finishing off at the end of that, we're going to cut to a bit of a lunch break now, and once we are done with the lunch break, we'll be back with the final 3 rounds of qualifying for the rest of the day. So we'll disappear now off stream, but enjoy, and we'll see you in about an hour. Okay, we are back. So welcome to you if you're just joining us here this afternoon on RC Racing TV. We're going to be bringing you live coverage of rounds 4, 5 and 6 of qualifying here from the EFRA 112th European Championship from Messina on the northeast coast of Sicily. Thank you again to our event sponsors ToniSport, Schumacher, Lens Bodies, Zen Racing, RCXX Shop, Montec and Hobbywing for helping us to bring you this coverage. And if you're watching us on YouTube, don't forget to subscribe to the channel, hit that bell. You follow us on Facebook if you're watching us there, and you can join the RC Racing TV group on Facebook as well. If you're watching on YouTube, you can join up, become an RC TV hero. Just hit that join button, an opportunity to get your RC merch. And if you're just discovering this on Facebook, want to know what's going on, want to find out more information, you can check out information about RC Racing on the EFRA website, efra.ws. Can also follow timing on myrcm.ch. Looks like James Eves is joining us, as is Graham McRobert. So hi to you both. Just seeing heat number 1 of round number 4. If you're wondering what's happening so far in qualifying and the story of qualifying, we have seen last night in stock Simon Lauter taking round 1. Simon looking pretty strong in round 2 as well. Had a little bit of a coming together with Lewis Parker as him and Ollie Payne lapped Lewis. Simon unfortunately ended up parked in the barriers. We then had Simon taking round 3, so Ollie took round 2. As a result of that, Simon took round 3 as well with a new fastest time. Neither of those guys looking like super fast over 8 minutes. In stock, you've got Ollie being fast at the start of the run, Simon being quicker at the end of the run. Modified, a little bit of a reversal. Michael Olowski's taken the first 2 rounds. Ollie Payne taking the 3rd round. Alex Hagberg nicked 2nd place at the end of it. Also pretty close in the mix. Running with the car of Freddie Parker at the moment. Freddie actually leading this heat with the number 2 car. This Freddie's first international meeting. So 3 rounds of qualifying back-to-back now to round out our track action for the day. We've got 5 heats of this Spec class running. Then got a couple of heats of the LC Racing class. We'll normally drop off air briefly during that. Good opportunity to catch up with the quickest Spec driver if we get an opportunity. Looking like Ollie Payne or Simon Lauter are the 2 drivers that have looked a little bit of a step ahead of everybody else at the minute. So a bit of a mistake there from Freddie. He's rescued by Jan Rathajski. Mario Neri has hit the front now, so let's see if we can pick up his car. Mario is I believe he's the orange-coloured car with the yellow wheels. Up in the top end of the circuit now, just coming out onto the main straight. It's the 5 car, we'll confirm as he comes around. Yep, that is Mario. The story of the weekend so far, it's all about the bumps. All about the ability to ride the bumps, drive over the bumps, bumps off the end of the main straight. They're causing a few issues for a lot of drivers. Just trying to get the car nailed over those, not have the car too upset by them. Mario Neri still leading this one, predicting a 39 in 8:02. Alessandro Calarese predicting 39 in 8:08. Mario Neri, who we're running with, then looking pretty comfortable out in front, heading for a decent time. 5 laps down on what the quick guys are doing. The real quickest guys have done 44 lap runs in the Spec class. Time sort of ebbing and flowing between the cars as they're heading round. We had Ollie Payne, I mean, by about 2 minutes into the last round of Spec, he was nearly 2 seconds in front of Simon. And then Simon just started eating into that time, edging back towards him, and eventually got there right at the end. So super close between them, but Simon just getting that one. 2 round wins for Simon, 1 round win for Ollie. Those two currently locked in a battle for pole position. It's best 3 rounds out of 6 to count in qualifying, with the fastest time being the tiebreaker. So we'll have a look at sort of where the fastest times are sitting as well as we start getting into it. Might find as the building's heating up that the track is slowing down at the moment. So Simon currently with the fastest time of a 44 in 8:03, and I think Ollie's best time would be a let's have a look. Ollie's best time is a 44 in 8:04, so that was the quickest time for sort of the pair of them. So Simon has got a quicker run than Ollie, as well as 2 round wins compared to Ollie's 1. So looking in quite a strong position for him, but we'll keep a bit of an eye on that later, and look for what we think they need to do. Look at where their predicted times are. If you're following the overall timing on my RCM, you'll be able to see a projected forecast for the driver's time. You will see that fade out quite a lot. So at the start of the runs, they'll be on predicted 45s quite easily, and then as the traction starts slowing off, the average lap time starts going down. That estimated sort of forecast time is just literally an average of their current average lap time divided by the amount of time remaining to the end, and it does some funky maths, adds everything together for you and gives you a predicted time at the end. What you'll start seeing is, like we've just seen from the car of Mario Neri, towards the end of the run, the cars start going off, the tail of the car becomes quite loose. As your average lap time drops, then your projected time goes out towards the end of the run. 1 minute remaining. Mario Neri just trying to navigate his way through some traffic. Alessandro Calarese running in second. Gianluca Lino in third. Freddie Parker running in 4th position currently. Freddie with the hot lap of an 11.756. 11.807 for Mario Neri, who we are running with 30 seconds to go. Mario's predicted time 39.813, and in fact Alessandro Calarese's hit the front now. He's the number 4 car. Don't think we'll have time to pick him up. Freddie Parker just ended up in the middle of the circuit at the end, but time's just finishing. Mario Neri back to the front. So a bit of a scruffy last lap. And Calarese takes that right at the end. So very slow last lap there for Mario Neri with an 18.837. I think the only driver that's done a slower last lap's probably Mark Stiles. And there's a bit of a story behind that. Mark thought he'd finished and hadn't. So he'd crossed the line and then looked up at the clock, and I think as a result he's got like a 23-second split. He's sat next to Michael Bolt in the pits, and Michael was bemoaning that he'd made a mistake on his split lap and consequently had like a 17-second split or something, thinking, oh, no one can possibly be behind me on the same lap. And sure enough there, Mark was. So he'll no doubt thank me for regaling that tale of his stupidity. Heat number 2 getting set to go. Tim Pansters will lead away from Tom Adams, Alex Seiter, Andy Thompson, Mark Payne, Alex D'Angelo, Michael Laws, Tim Janssen and Marco Pansera. Drivers just being given a couple of laps out on the circuit just to get a feeling of what they've got underneath them. They'll either get that sinking feeling in the pit of their stomach. Graham McRobert asking, what's the price range for these 1/12 scale cars? UK prices only, thanks. I mean, they can be relatively cost effective, Graham. You can start off, you're probably looking for something used, everything you need, somewhere around 300, 350 to get yourself started. Obviously, you can go up from that point beyond that, but that would be enough to get you started. Get yourself along to your local club. There's plenty of them around. If you're based in the UK, find out what's popular. You don't need something the latest and greatest tech to get yourself circulating out on the circuit. Express an interest to one of the quick regulars. They'll get you sorted. So. And obviously you can check out more information if you're in the UK. One of the event sponsors, Zen Racing, give them a call. They can sort you out with all the information that you might need regarding it. On the subject of sponsors, thank you also to ToniSport, to Schumacher, Lens Bodies. We've already mentioned Zen, RCXX Shop, Montec and Hobbywing for helping to bring you this coverage. Graham asking like a mini car. Okay, the minis, they're like almost a subdivision of the 1/12 class. They're even cheaper. Probably sort of, 200, 250 quid would get you up and running. Probably the price of like 3-4 Xbox, PlayStation games, something like that. Very, very cost-effective way to get yourself up and racing. Out in the front of the field, we've got Alex D'Angelo with the number 1 car. Let's see if we can pick him up. He is the all-orange coloured car. There we go. That is Alex D'Angelo. He's just picked up a stop-go penalty, actually. Didn't quite see what that was for. Perhaps that was jumping the track somewhere, but let's see what the pace in his car looks like. He's clambering and crawling all over the curbs. Just having to take a slightly defensive line off the end of the straight because of that pink car that's following him round. Always makes you tighten up a little bit as a driver. He's closing in on the rear of Andy Thompson. So Andy gets it slightly sideways off the end of the main straight, does the kind thing and opens up so as not to impede the quicker drivers around him. So this Alex D'Angelo we're running with, currently in 4th place after that stop-go that he had earlier. And a little bit of chicane hopping. Not the best way to build speed. I think we've got a retirement for Michael Laws by the looks of things. Tim Janssen still leading this one. Alex D'Angelo, who we're running with, is currently in 3rd position. Let's see if we can find Tim Janssen with the 7 car. In fact, Tim's dropping down the field. Tim Janssen is the number 7 car. Managed to pick him up. Comes down just going to confirm. That is indeed Tim Janssen, the number 7 car. He goes chicane flying as well. So Tim Janssen to the front. He's leading by about half a tenth from Alex D'Angelo. Super close between those two. Tim Janssen and Alex D'Angelo, it's about 2 tenths between them now. Let's run with him for a little bit as we've got 3 minutes 40 of the run remaining. Little bit of a push there as we came sort of into the series of chicanes down at the far end of the circuit. Just driving around the middle of the circuit, not attacking the curbs too hard. Down the main straight once more. Tim Janssen running in 3rd position at the moment. Predicted time quickest is currently going to be Alex D'Angelo, who we were running with a little bit ago. He's predicting a 41 in 8:02. Just keep an eye on where he is, sort of out of the corner of my eye. So we're closing in at the moment with the car of Tim Janssen. Here we go, got the orange car now on screen. So this is Alex D'Angelo, the number 1 car, who is leading. We had David Ongaro interested in his progress earlier on. See him flowing out onto the main straight, closing in on some traffic. That's Mark Payne. Mark eventually getting out of the way. The smooth sort of flowing action of Alex D'Angelo's car that he had earlier on. The car's looking a bit more digital now, a little bit more on edge. Less than 2 minutes remaining now. Still running with Alex D'Angelo, leading this one, closing in on the back of Andy Thompson again. Andy dives out of the way. Andy Thompson running in 5th place in the heat currently. Alex D'Angelo, though, streaking away at the front of the field, predicting a 41.806. Him and Tim Pansters, the only drivers predicting 41 lap runs at the moment. Tim Pansters on a 41.809, so might seem to be dropping off. Chase Mackman saying he's back. Mark Payne seems to be having a better run. Better run is relative Chase, but yeah, he's still circulating at the moment, predicting a 39.802. Could just jump Marco Pansera by the end of this one. There are several white and green cars out on the track, Chase, so just be aware if you see one in peripheral vision, it might not be Mark Payne's car. Mark's the one that's just created the Lexan noise you've just heard against the barrier. 30 seconds left to go. Alex D'Angelo, this orange car that we're running with in the centre of stream, leading from Tim Pansters by around 4 seconds. If you're wondering what's going on, why the cars are sort of running on seemingly separate clocks, they start out 1 second apart from one another. And mistake there from Alex D'Angelo, and I think that might actually, he might have jumped the loop there. And and not picked up. We'll just double check as he comes down across the straight, but I'm expecting this lap to show as a very, very slow lap for Alex D'Angelo. Yes, it was a 27-second lap, so he has effectively, well, not missed a lap because it was his error that's done it, but Alex D'Angelo, with a bit of a mistake, drops himself down the field. That's one of the situations where if he'd waited for a marshal to put him back the right side of the timing loop, he would have lost a few seconds. As it was, he lost over a lap from doing that. So Alex D'Angelo not having finished, just being called over. So Tim Panster's taking that one with a 41 lap run. Alex Saiter in second position, and Alex D'Angelo ending up in third position. Set now for heat number 3. Graham Robert, is that a rubber mat they're racing on? No, it's carpet. It's quite bouncy, like a rubber mat, but no, it is carpet. There's more like a wooden subfloor. It's a little bit ripply. As we were explaining yesterday, there's like a bit of an air gap around the building that we're in to keep it cool, and it means the sort of the subfloor that we're on. It's a little bit ripply, a little bit bouncy. So there's a few issues with sort of ripples, bumps off the end of the main straight. But cars that we have got coming out, Christian Geyer, Lucas Larson, Werner Spanbruckner, Jan Dietmar, Lucas Nidera, Dan Bancroft, Jody Sherratt, Ole Thomas Bryn, and Nigel Bowen. Christian Geyer going to lead us away. His car is a like white, yellow, and sky blue coloured car. Kind of a 9 there in the middle of our shot. So Christian Geyer, one of the few drivers running the Roche chassis this weekend. He's managed to pump in some pretty decent, pretty respectable times. He's been going top 20 in round, so we'll be thinking that possibly B final might well be on. We're starting to build towards the point in the day where people can lock themselves into the A final, where they'll be knowing that they're definitely not going to be making the A final as well. We've got quite a few drivers with 2 good scores and 1 pretty poor score to drop at the moment, and of course at the moment all 3 are counting, so going to be looking for the times, or the overall results are going to start looking probably a little bit more cohesive after this one. Werner Spanbruckner leading with the 2 car currently. Werner's car is the yellow front, white rear car. That's 1 car back. There we go. We've picked him up on screen. Let's see if he can drive towards Christian Geyer. Predicted time, or he's currently about 4 tenths ahead of Christian on the clock. Started out 1 second behind. Just heading forwards, driving forwards, trying to eat into that 1 second. Christian will be driving around, trying to eke out. It's where you're trying to mentally figure out exactly where you are, where you're crossing on the circuit. Christian knows he definitely doesn't want Werner to catch him and pass him, because he is most definitely behind him at that point. At the moment, he's still in with the potential to pull away. It's certainly less than a second now, though, as they come down and cross the line. Predicted time is a 43.809 for Werner, 42.803 for Christian. Jody Sherratt having a bit of a better run as well, further back down the field. But watching a bit of a ding-dong battle going on at the moment between Werner Spanbruckner and Christian Geyer. Christian in front on the track. Werner in front on the clock. They're starting to catch and pass traffic now. Christian just about making his way through the car in front of him, and we've now got the two leaders almost line astern down the main straight. The second of these two, the one that we're following, the yellow front with the white rear, Werner Spanbruckner, closing on the car of Christian Gier. Christian starting out 1 second in front, gap now much less than 1 second between them. Werner's pace dropped off slightly. He's looking at a quick 42 again, predicting if he keeps this pace up, he'll win this by some 5 seconds from Christian Gier. The car directly in front of him. Christian seems to have pegged that gap last time round, and 11.6 from Werner and 11.4 from Christian. So these two dragging each other around is quite often the way that having another quick car with you, you kind of pair up with them and end up dragging each other around the track. Christian looks like he's had a slightly better lap there, bit better flow through the traffic maybe. Coming out onto the main straight, Christian has made his way past those two cars in front of him. Werner hasn't yet. This is Christian's opportunity then to make a break for it. Werner won't want to ruin his run. And Christian Gier is about 9/10 back. Werner has now made his way through the traffic. So looking a little bit more hesitant. He was right on the bumper of Christian Gier. And in fact, there's still one slower car in between them. That's the all-white coloured car of, I think it's Dan Bancroft. Just seen a mistake there as well from Werner in the middle of the chicane. Took a little bit too much curb on the way in and just watch all that time bleed away. So this could be Christian back to the front. Let's have a look as the times update. Werner is still leading, but there is absolutely nothing in it. There's now 0.2 of a second between Werner Spanbruckner, who we are running with, and Christian Gier, who is sort of disappearing out of the front of shot. There is a white car directly in front of Werner, which is the 5th place car of Daniel Bancroft. Dan having some pretty severe issues with the bumps down the straight and gets out of the way now of Werner. So Werner trying to drop the hammer. Christian moves back to the top from Werner, and 2/100ths of a second between them. Christian now leading. We're following Christian's car. 2 minutes left to go. Werner takes it back with a last lap some 0.2 faster. So Werner going to be charging hard. Trying to get away. We're with Christian Gier on screen at the moment. Just wait as it updates as Werner comes through. Werner around half a second in front. Jody Sherritt getting out of the way. Rear end of Jody's car looks like it has let go completely. That's a shame. He was on a decent run up until that point. So we're with the car of Christian Gier at the moment. Werner Spanbruckner is running somewhere behind us on circuit. Werner he's made a mistake and dropped off the pace a little bit. So Christian, we are running with, is leading this one relatively comfortably now from Werner. Werner's now got the choice to make. Does he try and push into that gap, try and get back what he's lost from that mistake? You can never make it back. That's the problem. He just needs to keep it circulating, keep it driving around the circuit, get it around the track. If he can get top 20 in round, he'll be happy with this one. Leading by about 1.5 seconds now with 30 seconds remaining. This car of Christian Gear from Werner Spanbruckner. Come past some traffic there. It was a little bit tight there. That's probably a bit of a sharp intake of breath from Christian. He's looking good. Last few seconds. He'll cross the line to take this heat, and he has got that one, unless there's some kind of epic last lap from Werner. There isn't, so we get a 42 in 8:05 from Christian Gear in that one. Again, welcome to you if you are just joining us for the tail end of qualifying here on this Saturday. Joining us for the EFRA 1/12 European Championships at the Paradise RC Arena in Messina on the northeast coast of Sicily. Again, thank you to our event sponsors, ToniSport, Schumacher, Lens Bodies, Zen Racing, RCXX Shop, Montec and Hobby Wing for helping us to bring you this coverage. We're with you all afternoon to round out qualifying. This is building towards the end of qualifying round number 4 of Spec. No one can seal it this round. We've got a situation where if Simon